Здравствуйте.
Dear colleagues, once ago, hello. We are very happy to welcome you once again at our CIE Conference 2020. It is time for my presentation now. Can you hear me well? George, can you hear me well? I think you would like to understand who is moderating further on, him or you. No, you may continue. We can hear you very well. Thank you very much. I'll share my screen with you and begin.
Видно сейчас мою презентацию?
Видно.
Can you see my presentation? Very good.
Этот доклад, он называется «Кибернетика, структура системы управления и качество человеческого».
So today we're going to talk about cybernetics, the structures of governance management systems, and the quality of human capital. I'd like to commemorate this presentation to the memory of Yuri Adler. This is a repetition of the same from rendition from 2004. Yuri Adler has recently passed away. We're going to hold a round table dedicated to his remembrance. And without waiting for tomorrow, I would like to go back to the past and discuss the base founding aspects affecting the quality of our lives. Thank you. So if we speak of cybernetics, I'm sorry, Yuri Adler is the man who has always inspired and led everyone who he interacted with and worked with to improving all the aspects of their lives, to self-improvement. And there is no limit to the self-perfection, self-improvement process. We have to constantly act according to Shukert-Deming cycles in improving our lives. Act, plan, check and study, and do. Compare your results, match them against your plans and expectations, and take correcting decisions based on that. And I'd like to say that it is easily said, but not easily done. I'd like to begin my presentation with a quotation. This is a quotation from Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland. Please, can you tell me the way to get out of here? This largely depends on where you want to get. Frankly speaking, it isn't very important, said Alice. Then it is an important where to go. This quotation from Alice in Wonderland is very important. The point is, not just any conscious changes in our lives lead the company to improvements. Not changes in general improve our lives. Not just any changes. We have to move along a certain vector for development we have defined. And this is the universal point. The selection of a vector for development is a single point dominating forecasting our future, because if we took a wrong direction, we are going to further deflect from our true vector and from the point of outcome we would like to achieve. Unfortunately, in the modern world, we are living in an age when these changes and transformations have begun an inherent attribute and a symptom of the modern environment, modern world. Everything is being changed. New organizational structures are being created constantly. We are seeing new interconnections growing between different entities. And all of this is done under a well-meaning slogan of optimization. However, quite often, different purposes are at play. And often, us, as Alice in Wonderland, are not thinking about where we want to get to. And for the process of improvement to enjoy sustainable vector from peak to peak in the same direction, to avoid these trials and perturbations, these fluctuations from side to side, this movement when everyone tries to push another off the track. Of course, there should be an analysis of the interests of all the stakeholders and the groups of stakeholders at the heart of the process. Because, of course, the quality of life is a purely subjective category, because that varies from person to person, depending on a social group and such. But despite people understanding the quality of life differently, there still is something common that could be identified as a factor impacting the subjective perception of a person of their life as happy and satisfactory. One of the factors is related, I'll call it the time factor. One of the factors is related to the part of life a person should be acting in compulsion because something is forcing him to, or under the influence of motivated by his own motives. And one of the base needs of a person is to be free. And this is why when a person does something and he is engaged with his own ideas, motivated through his own ideas, he doesn't take his efforts as a burden, instead deriving satisfaction from it.
Характерен следующий паттерн поведения. Он пытается максимизировать результат,
tries to maximize result, but acting within some limitations of time, resources, and other things. But the key thing that the intention is to maximize result that he wants to achieve. If a person spends some time in order to act and stimulate something, or life forces to do it, then this time becomes unpleasant in terms of perception, but most important, it generates a different pattern of behavior. Human doesn't think about getting maximum results and improvement, but tries to minimize its time and resources in order to get acceptable results. And my first statement is that for us to improve our life, we need the people to be engaged by their ideas, and this engagement should be desirable, common ideas. And most of time that people spend for this constructive activities should be meaningful. Second is the space where human exists. Again, we mean here not only literally, although literally as well, but those social connections and groups where human spends its time. Another basic need in a person to be part of something larger, be part of the whole. And when a person within a collective thinks that he's not needed, he's taken advantage of, that he can be rejected, That very negatively influences his own perception of the situation. And again, it influences his behavior. The second factor,
Одну секунду.
hold on a second.
Коллеги, я приношу извинения.
Like, sorry about that.
Пришлось подключать резервный источник питания.
Connected my reserve source of power. Well, depending on the social connections with this environment, the pattern of behavior is also changing. If a person is forced to work in some collective, but actually this link is retained only because he needs to work in this collective, will strive to minimize efforts and get the most for it. But most important, that at that time, a person is ready to disrupt these relations. And as soon as a better option emerges, these relations will be terminated by a person. And a totally different situation when a person is related to the company or collective and it has some commitment to these relations. That pattern of behavior, maximizing its contribution to develop this group, because it's self-implementation and improvement of living space. And what's very important, even being in a difficult situation, this company or organization
Не будет разрывать эти
will not
связи.
lose this person, and these links will not be severed because certain sacrifice will be needed to continue these relations. So, in order for our life perfection to go into a right direction, we need to think that the people will get the benefits fully and for the time of their life, to be related with creation, and the space is a community of people that develop common goods, common benefits, and future. When I met Mr. Adler, he made a presentation at our financial university, and he said a phrase that I didn't understand at that time. He said that we need to remove from the cost of goods salary. Me as a chief accountant said, Yuri, it was not possible. Salary is an inherent part of cost of goods. But then I understood that what Yuri meant. The thing is that most employers, and one of the widespread logics of building relations between business owners and employees is that to pressure to suppress this cost of goods and the payroll. So Yuri wanted to give this idea that we need to minimize all the rest, but people's incomes, those benefits that they receive, need to put them on a different scale and even try to increase it and improve it. Regarding the cybernetic It all started, as we know, from the model of Norbert Wiener that presented the situation as a management model as relations of a governance body with a return loop and a feedback. And now we understand that this adaptation of retaining the system trajectory set is not always suitable because the life situations that we encounter are more like multifaceted, and we understand that full process of management should include 3 components. Roughly speaking, in terms of the formal cycle of management, first loop of correction action that we should track is in line with that Norbert Wiener said, that's retaining system on the trajectory regardless of those external circumstances that come to our life. Second loop is review of our plans and decisions, optimal that we selected because life is continuing and there could be new constraints and we can also make mistakes. The optimality is mathematical term. It shows that we found the best solution according to certain criteria among available alternatives. But if we made a mistake in making this multiple alternatives and constraints and identified it, then we need to launch the counter correction that would enable us to make more desirable solutions. And the same is regarding third component, that's correction of the goals of the system. This could be based on 2 factors. Either we understood that we are mistaken in formulation of goals and we need to move in a different direction, or the environment changing, and in order to survive, the environment pushes us change our direction just to continue existence in this environment. So if we don't have these 3 loops of controls, then we cannot say about full cycle management. And if it looks simple on the picture, in real life we observe gaps between these loops. We observe misaligned decisions made on different levels. So it's easier said than done. So depending on our organizational system, depends whether it will go towards improvement or not. I would say otherwise. Any system strives to perfect form, and if we include as a basis certain principle, then further the system development, its organization starts to improve and perfect in order to achieve those goals that we included in its organization. The other thing is that it may not be in line with our requirements as people, conscious people.
Конечно, я, говоря о совершенствовании,
And I say about perfection, I mean process aimed to improve the well-being of humankind and increasing quality of life. Again, I'll give you a citation if you...
Если поглубже полоснуть по пальцу ножом, из пальца обычно идет кровь. Если разом
If you cut your knife, it will be bleeding.
Люди, к
The thing
сожалению,
is that many people, unfortunately, still don't understand that systems have certain reserve of strength, and there is also a delay. Not all decisions that we make now are reflected with its negative consequences at this moment of time. Usually it takes a longer period, and these consequences can express in different terms, not at the place where they emerged. So organization of systems is a fundamental thing which is important where the system will move. If our system is built on the basis of enforcement, and it could be different kind of enforcement, like explicit, forced.
Это метод кнута и пряника. Или когда мы говорим
carrot and stick, or when we say about hidden
всех этих случаях,
force, manipulation, it doesn't matter. In all this system, the system starts to self-destroy. A simple reason, if when these consequences are identified of some undue organization of the system, at this moment, instead of analyzing those objects, improvement and removal, people start
и отстаиванием своих интересов,
Start
доказыванием, что они
protecting its interests and proving that they are not related to that. But many people are painfully responding to any small comment related to their activities, even if it's not personal. And among those matters of principle, I would also emphasize competition inside the company. Today we already discussed it.
Поэтому конкуренция внутри
So
компании
competition inside the company destroys the company as a system.
такая же пагубная практика,
And
связана
the same bad practices related to the fact that we try to perceive employees as laborers, as people who perform some work by enforcement, and we try to encourage competition among them in order to reduce costs for payroll. And this is bad practices for people themselves and organization as a whole. For people, because people struggle when employment is cut in order to stay in the company because nobody wants to get fired, and they stay there. They think they win, but actually they lose because there's obligations that are transferred on them from other employees. But the payroll is not increased. Therefore, the unit payroll, the cost of labor, becomes lower, and the company itself loses because those people that are not happy, it's okay, they have the knowledge and experience, but didn't miss the people who stayed. As Edward Dement said, they have the concerns of being fired next time, and this disturbance will be guiding their behavior in the future. And as I said, if this connection with people and companies two-sided, if the person sees is not valued by the company, and the company stops being valuable for the company, and just the instrument of to realize their interests, and these patterns realize to get the most from the company and to give back the least. And I won't dwell on various barriers and impediments, many of them. The only one matter of principle, it's not about building this system and using one or other rules. Most important question is to make it this systemic rules
обоснованы, они были
justified, substantiated, acceptable for all the members of this organization, and so that more people share these systemic rules, so that they have aligned common vision of company development. Actually, problems start when we live by double or triple standards. So building the systems of management, we can act based on two different foundations. First, when we think that employees are our main value and nobody is making money on others, we building the future together. It's not dominating. Relations between people are established based on contract, and people agree voluntarily, not by enforcement, to these rules. And the other contrary model, when we view the people as resources, Yuri said, be used with maximum output. And so the quality of capital, of human capital, directly depends on which environment children are growing and where they study and work. And this is a continuous process of interdependence and society composition.
But it's important to note here that it is very difficult to counteract this system. We are all aware of the fact that science, education, and not only in these fields, there exists trends. The trends are to the qualitative assessment approach, the quantitative approach of assessment, the number of scientific works, number of publications, quotations, and so on. And hence, we are getting a false impression that we are controlling the process on account of that. No, we're actually negatively impacting the quality of human capital that we're dealing with, of human potential. Why are we negatively impacting that? When a person doesn't receive any satisfaction from his work, if he's doing something at the limit of his abilities, if he receives no recognition of his efforts, then naturally this impacts his organizational perception and attitudes, shifting this relationship towards compulsory in nature and not dedication. And we have already discussed the impact of that on the total. Once again, I'd like you to note that this diagram of emotions, states, relationships, attitudes, and behaviors is extremely important in understanding how to manage these processes. I'm not calling on you to stimulate positive emotions using illegal drugs or any other type of any other substances affecting the brain. Today, they're discussing virtual reality future individual for everyone, where everyone can receive their own find their own voice. I think this is very dangerous. And I think emotions in this context is a mechanism that allows us to find the right track, the right vector to improvement. Analyzing the emotions of people during interaction with others is the basis for self-improvement. And once again, another quotations from Lewis Carroll. Plan, not worth saying, goes without saying, was excellent. It was clear, couldn't be better. The only flaw was it wasn't clear how to implement it. So in this context, in this case, I think there is one generalized message that we have to understand each other very well. We have to be able to correlate our interests and focus our activities. And this is possible to do only through building relationships of people with each other, building their attitudes towards and relationships towards the material environment and to the information, to the data environment, which is accessible to everyone. And the process we have to develop is very straightforward, is a simultaneous direction in two vectors, improving quality and reducing costs. Higibal Mochuran once claimed this vector as the key vector to total quality management when it first appeared. However, owing to the model that was developed, that was provided basis for the ideas, like Philip Adler said, any idea which is worthy of ovation can be spoiled through harmful realization. And here we are viewing the opposite results on implementing the type of tools. And to avoid, in the interest of avoiding these types of negative implications, the process of analyzing these activities should consist of the two parts of the total. First of all, the analysis should be performed at whether they create value for anyone or not only for external consumers, but only for internal stakeholders. And when many processes remain that create value, considering that processes which do not contribute, which create losses, we're removing this type of processes. So we have to examine this multitude and decide whether these processes are enough for all the people working in the company to self-realize themselves, self-improve effectively. And if some are lacking, we have to add processes. As a result, costs will increase, but this cost increase will be justified on the whole, because this will lead to reverse cash flows. So the consumers will be prepared to pay for that good outcome that they are receiving. So in my view, the outcomes are much more important than efficiency, than performance. And I would also like to note the harm in assessing performance, because as soon as we begin assessing performance, we get costs related to performance assessment, but nothing changes in terms of activity, and as a result, the productivity, the efficiency falls. Our job is not to assess performance, but instead to systemically analyze the total of the processes, environments, projects. We have to analyze all of the above in terms of creating value, leading to certain other processes, and the changes that should be introduced to eliminate all the non-productive expenses. And if we use this framework, this will undoubtedly lead to self-improvement. I wish you self-perfection from all sides of your life, and I'm ready to answer any questions. Thank you. I have to turn on my microphone. Well, it's turned on. Very well. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Svetlana Georgievna, and what actions do you propose to be primary along this track? Who should be taking these steps? Well, Georgy Borisovich, first of all, this initiative should begin from the top down, from the leadership of the organizations. That will that will trailblaze the way. But this is the ideal situation. Well, of course, we're talking about ideal situations. All the comparisons and coincidences are coincidental, where it's purely hypothetical. So now you're talking, said Grigory Fidelman. I think it's important to remove the conflicts that exists and improve relationships between people. So look for these relationships and conflicts as objects for improving the system, says Svetlana. We have to improve something in the system to remove these conflicts, because most conflicts between people are born not through objective circumstances, but are actually given rise by the institutional environment, the game rules we have set. Well, yes, but this still needs to be founded on something. I think the justifications need to be provided. What is the ratio? 2000 to 1 was the reply from Grigory. From Grigory Fidelman. Yes, Grigory will be next speaking on this subject, so I'm sure he will give you some insights. May I ask a question, Georgy Borisovich, George, and Svetlana, and actually for you? Yes, so I have a question for you. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. So, I'm all for strong definitions. They allow me to detect significant indicators, gain significant insights into the questions discussed. So in relation to that, please help me. I cannot understand. You said that this is based on results, but the performance effect is the result translated from Latin. So the rules of grammar in Russian, effectiveness is nothing else but resultativeness. And I would like you to please clarify the difference between the two. And the second question is, as far as I understood from context, I understood that the reason for conflicts are various values, different values. And what are the values in your understanding then? What should they be, ideally? Please allow me to reply in order. First of all, resultativeness and efficiency are different indicators. Speaking of efficiency of performance, we are looking at the correlation between the result, outcome, and the costs, the resources spent on achieving that result. When we look at this performance efficiency, this becomes the cornerstone of our activities. And we are forgetting, at this point, we are forgetting to analyze this process. And this is part of the problem. When we discuss results, first of all, we discuss the guarantee, the probability of achieving the set goals. How much of the set goals did we achieve? I'm not saying that efficiency performance should not be assessed. No, I just want to understand the difference between efficiency, performance, and results. Well, this efficiency are the results, indicators which demonstrate the company's ability to reach their goals, and efficiency performance is the indicator which signifies the relationship between these results and the costs of the resources spent on gaining this result. I see. Now I understand. So in this context, we have to keep the result in mind. So we have to be focused on improving the results, and the cost of the resource base is not that important. Here we have to remove all the unproductive expenses, and all of these unproductive costs related expenses, their role within their role hidden in a process or at the crossroads, at the junction points of different processes. And this unproductivity rises above the interests of different people, but this concept will allow us to move in terms of self-improvement. at the moment, the experience is quite the opposite. We're actually focusing on the assessment. We're labeling, rating, assessing, but no one is looking at analyzing the losses, the costs associated during this process. I lost the track of thought. Thank you. Let me reply to the second question, please, says Svetlana Shepetova. As for the second question, people, whether individuals, whether they like it or not, possess a limited worldview regardless of their social status, age, and sex. We're speaking of general perception. The values of people are a certain variety of these mental perceptions, mental picture, big picture of a person, which define for him the worldview into good and bad, black and white, so binary worldview. So these values, every person, when making a choice, when decision making, should have this criteria. For instance, I'll give you a case, I'll give you our faculty as a case in point. We used to enjoy periods when the workload had reduced, and accordingly, we faced either staff cuts as one of the options, or we had to tighten our belts but keep the team together, keep the faculty staff. And this question of value, which is an inherent consideration, and as George Kleiner has correctly said, he is taking decisions on preserving the faculty staff and looking for additional sources of revenue, but not at the expense of the team. And we had cases when faculty staff members left the faculty upset because they faced pay cuts. They felt some people had to be fired, made redundant instead. They had different values. Unfortunately, there was only one person. I'm not going to generalize. All the rest shared faculty values. So this is a type of sum total of human consciousness and his needs, I say. Okay, colleagues, we've run out of time and we have to move on to the next presentation according to our agenda. Igor Gundarov. Do we have Igor with us? Igor. Not as yet. I propose we leave the Q&A session to the round table. We are going to address the subjects there because they're quite important. And now I'll ask Grigory to begin his presentation while I get in touch with Igor, who is next. Thank you very much. Can you hear? Grigory Nasodovich Federman is going to present his Civilization 100.0. Grigory Federman enjoys practical experience of managing and leading large companies. Being a management consultant in various industries, he has a story to tell. Thank you very much. Yes, I think this will need to be addressed separately because, of course, I realize my limitations as a theorist, and I'd like to dedicate my presentation to the memory of Yuri Adler, who has certainly discovered for me Dr. Deming's space and his ideas. And I'm going to say that it has changed my life, since prior to that, I was quite a successful entrepreneur with certain experience of projects. There was a large corporation built from zero, first a private insurance company called ASCO, and it overtook from Gosstrach in the Soviet Union. It actually competed with Gosstrach in the former Soviet Union, and that's the reason I noted Yuri Pavlovich's words. They're quite paradoxical, and I will provide a comment. Because then the corporation ESCO, this insurance corporation, fell apart, and as a manager I found a conspiracy among my staff And this was 4 years ago. A long time I kept it to myself, but Yuri Pavlovich has turned has opened my eyes inside, has turned my eyes inside of me, and I realized it was my mistake, as Shakespeare said, as Shakespeare goes. We used to be a co-op society, and the whole system, 25,000 people over Soviet Union, had to be moved to joint stock society organization form. And it turned out that this led to the loss of a control asset package, which led to the dissolution of the company. For me, this fact became decisive, since to understand the words of Yuri Pavlovich, to understand that they're very insightful and have and enjoy huge impact on developing my further managerial capacity. And right now, I would like to begin my presentation with a straightforward but daring slogan. Elon Musk dreams of humankind multi-planets, among planets, and is doing everything he can. I'm dreaming of civilization 100.0, and I'm doing everything I can. You'll probably ask me, what is civilization 100.0? But please, first allow me to introduce myself. I'm an expert. I consider myself an expert in Deming management practice. Svetlana mentioned Professor Deming, and I think a lot more should be said. Deming is considered to be a father of the architect of Japanese economic miracle. And we all understand that the economic model is resilient here, and the world leadership of Japan that it has gained over the last 70 years, continuously proving its viability, is a direct effect of the era of end of 40s, early 50s taking place, this shift in paradigm in Japanese management system.
Что я практически работал с положениями Деминга и практически руководил.
So I practically worked with Deming visions and basically managed the company as transformation with a regular management to Deming management. Company grew 70 times, entered international markets, and got a number of other acknowledgements. And I have seen myself how effective was operating great. Then, for 10 years, I was working on practice of partnership works with various businesses where I helped managers to make this transformation to Deming management in various industries, and is still working. And this was the picture when it was about the company where I used to be president, and this picture when this company had a partnership session between two red lines, this short period where there was this phase of embryonic development of new approach to management, which I call Deming management, and after that the different development started. Deming promised to Japanese manufacturers, if they firmly and continuously move in accordance with their main goal of continuous improvement of the system, they will come to experts in 5 years. And for Japan, that it wasn't possible to survive without it. It was a key element of leadership interest at that time, that 8% of Japanese capital. So, as I said, before that I had a practice of ASCO that enabled me to understand, regardless whether you are successful or you can get a fiasco, if you are not guided by the main principles of system management, which is Deming management. I'd like to emphasize that listeners might have issues. What is 100-0? Would be good if you provide the feedback in the chat. Do you have any questions? I can answer this question. You can answer this question now. Thanks for your help. So we'll translate. We'll come to the question, what is 100-0? As I said, Deming, being the founder of absolutely new approach to management during his life, studied relations of causes that are born by the system and people, individual, of what is wrong happening in the company. As his first relation when he joined was 85-15 in the 50s, and second in 10-20 years, 90-10, in 90% is responsibility of the system and 10% responsibility of the people. And in the 80s, this ratio increased towards systemic reasons, 94% of systemic reasons and 6 personal. At the beginning of the 90s, 98-2 is what Deming pronounced in his lectures. It was a fact. He increased this ratio towards 100%. It's clear that now there is a natural, logical link. If such a large percentage is related to systemic reasons, but what can influence the system? So I consider that actually it's 100-0. And it seems to me if Deming lived another 10 years, he would have come to this number. So this statement is based on more than 3,000 cases when working in 9 projects and companies from 7 industries and with employees from 100 to more than 1,000 people. Each of the cases started with finding a fall guy, a scapegoat, and each time with a more careful consideration, it seemed to me that the reasons were hidden in the system itself. In order to identify it, we need a creative attitudes of the right group of people that know the system and work in various spots, and with support and mentorship of the right management. You see so many conditions in order to reach and to figure out with each problem and find systemic reasons, which is the basis of this undesirable event, these disruptions, conflicts, if you want, which is called undesirable event. And I think Deming further developed his model based on that, and more specifically management method. And why is it different from a regular method? Because there's no other part of motivation here. We know that the most widespread and the only is looking for scapegoats and what's happening wrong. Some proverbs and don't come to me without a fall guy. If you come with some issues, then you need to show the scapegoat. So this is the most important element that is 100 to 0. It translates it to a different area, not who is at fault, but maybe something wrong in the system. Then the next question is the system is managed by the first guy, and without his approval, nothing will change in the system. That's why things like that where the history of Japan wasn't so bad in the 40s, but they were the losing party in the war, and there were people who could make decisions and responsibility for this system. They were both the owners and the managers at the same time. America was not able to do it because they were in different places. None of the CEO could accept this system without the approval of shareholders that actually concentrated on the stock exchange. It was clear that quarterly profit margins are important, and even if it wasn't announced, he understood that he couldn't retain his seat. So it was not a simple dilemma. As you see these huge results and breakthroughs and rapid growth, or accepting 100 to 0. And really, since I went through this period, either or, but I remember very well that the final decision for me, except that then we started working with Igor and then organized business
делегации руководителей стран
of top managers in 2003, then 2006, when visiting Japan, and enterprises, first of all, Toyota, that are committed to this approach to management. And the criteria for the company to select this path, as far as I understand, based on my practice, is not the award for quality or prizes or titles. It's proof of one simple thing. Are there significant growth in the company? 5 years. Is there entering new markets? Does it really happen, this breakthrough? It continues or not? If not, it's something different. It's struggle to achieve efficiency, other instruments, and we can discuss here at large, and there are many proposals like do this or that, but then it's a simple question. What is the growth for 5 years? So we encountered this dilemma. What's up in the head of leader is rejection of punishment if it's 100 to 0, and achievement breakthrough results. all the power as the opportunity to punish. I make a pause here and ask the opinion of the participants, like what would you select if you have been manager, leader? I'd like to wait for 30 seconds. It's a simple question. So, colleagues, do you want to contribute? Yes or no in the chat. Or you can say out loud. You can voice it. But better in the chat, because then it allows statistics. I understand that you might be concerned, but that's what we really encounter. Why in these nice theories, and it's been 75 years.
Почему
Recently celebrated 125 years. So, and I used to be in a conference of them, and he asked about contribution of, and why America didn't accept this challenge. So, if you were a leader, would you accept 100 to 0 or not? Because it makes you responsible for all issues, problems in the company. Don't you think that you make it so dramatic? And I'm not asking about the fault. The fault requires a code, but just some failures, and is only the first guy is responsible. Excellent. Well, thanks for your question. Again, see, the system is a complex thing, especially the system with the people. And have Levenchuk presentation says the system with the people is a system of the systems, and each person has a different motive. And to answer this question, I would like to ask you, what is the basis of errors? Maybe it's wrong learning. Maybe it wasn't what was in his workstation, and it came from other units. If you remember, Demick made a game, red and white, and the results of which were different several times. Management, based on the understanding of average, punished first one and then another. When the results changed, so he started to destroy this collective and punish everyone, and nobody was looking for it. And in the end of this game, I can give you a reference, by the way. If you want to get those links and references that I'm talking about, let me know, and I will send it over. So it turns out, in order to understand the issues, it's not a simple thing. And I repeat, I have 3,000 cases where initially those who received undesirable lines, they showed to colleagues from a neighboring division. I was looking for a fall guy, for a scapegoat. That's how the starting management system was built, and out of 3,000 cases, none guilty was found there. Always found systemic things. Well, according to your opinion, they said it was the first guy who was the fault, but the first guy doesn't think so. You know what? The first guy has the power. And what is the power of the first? It's up to firing others. But if this first person changed, face changed, we already know what to expect. We're already catching emotions. That's our usual systems. And I went through it myself, step by step. How difficult it was, not to decide. We had losses, hundreds of thousands of dollars. He was at fault. He didn't reinsure and delayed. Why was it delayed? Because the technology was couldn't make it in an hour, but the accident already happened, so the system was not ready for that. So the risk was taken by the person who didn't understand the possibilities of the system. So why should we punish him? That's my experience. In the beginning, I said it was Moscow R, and me as a manager, step by step, I went towards understanding what was wrong in the system. And next, what's most important, very powerful thing, as soon as you accept it as a leader, as a manager, you change it. Well, for me, it's very important personally. The fault, is it responsibility? Are those synonyms in your understanding or something different? Looking for a scapegoat, is looking for responsible? Well, for me, it's the same. Of course, it's the same. So that way, zero is responsible, only the leader. Yes, exactly. I understand it's difficult for you to pronounce. I'm just saying it because I've been living like that for 7 years, and the company grew 70 times and went to international markets. As you know, Bendukidze invested 20 million in the company and wanted another 80 million. I'm saying that it's not a simple acceptance. That's why Toyota exceeded Americans, and they didn't want to recognize it. And why I call it civilization. It's not only about business, it's these breakages everywhere. Look at our schools, the pupils are always fools and the teacher is always right. But it's different in other schools. I had to, turned out that I had a grandson.
So, when I was speaking to my grandson, to the child, I tried to move away from punishment. How can we do without that? So it turned out that I have devised a method to find the purpose. And when you found the purpose, you become a friend because you actually help him to achieve his goal. And this is the reason why we achieved miracles. The boy did never entertain any special ability to music, and then he played the Moon Sonata, Beethoven's Moon Sonata. And this was amazing. And then he played Sonata number 5. And also in the big audience, yes. And the third was in Carnegie Hall, in front of a huge audience. I became convinced in various paradigms, whether you are in an organization, an environment, whether it's a school or a university, this is always the same paradigm that was developed by Deming. You probably remember of statistical management. And the first case in point of dominating of this type of systems was made on example of product-based systems with many repetitions. And the system has changed. He introduced variability concept. And there was Shockert's map, Schuhart's map. And if it's on Schuhart's map, that means the process is stable. There is no need to look for a scapegoat. Otherwise, you make everyone a scapegoat and everything will fall apart. And this amazing revelation had reoccurred in my own life, not only in statistical but practical application from experience. And when you yourself, and my key point is, you will not be able to find the cause, the logic in the system, because you are not an X-ray, you won't understand the system, but people who are in different environments that see the reasons, they need to unite as similar to a concilium of doctors to find this common solution. Otherwise, there are boundaries. And I would call this track very learning and very positive. People are learning, and as Svetlana Evgenievna mentioned about what they're dreaming of, they're motivated and interested in their work because they become the systems architects. They're learning to interact with each other because they're working on the common goal and to a common purpose that is clear for everyone. Quality isn't enough. It's only one aspect. The correct format is cross-purpose teams from various units and departments that can find these causal relationships between systems. Only this type of people, correctly organized, can get to the bottom of the true causes. And of course, the truth is very hard to find. So the program of improvements based on the causes is launched, and then we verify, we checked whether we escaped these negative side effects or they remained these adverse effects. And usually this worked first time. I would like to note that this is a very inconvenient way of decision making for leaders. People that love power, dictators, will never use that because it is difficult here to play God, as goes the famous book by brothers Strugatsky. Arkady and Boris Strugatsky. Thank you very much for the correction, George Kleiner. This is a very difficult and complex level. It is certain that it happens not only in companies and organizations. This choice is facing us everywhere. This choice of management style through power and oppression or through engagement and involving people in the process. You have to learn how to do that. But of course, the people will never tell you what is wrong. Once again, please raise your hands, those of you that speak out on the company problems, on the issues facing the company. This is a suicide, professional track to suicide, because if the blame can be pointed at you, you will never disclose any faults. The person cannot go against his own interests. He is a normal, rational person. And my point is that the whole positive sum of the total 100.0, it means you engage people to joint search for these problems, and you're moving along Deming's track, which is called continuous system improvement. And this goal has no limitations in terms of timeline. And the fact that you are beginning to achieve unbelievable goals is becoming important. You remember there was a SMART principle. A goal has to correspond to 5 principles: be specific, measurable, achievable, be time-wise, and relevant. And the third position, achievable, no one ever knows whether it's going to be achievable. The only guarantee of achievement is your continual process of understanding and system improvement. It is key. It is the main key process here. After we realized the context, we began being very optimistic in our goal setting. We achieved double growth figures over the next years. And in practice, this was very attractive for managers, for leaders, to agree to use a 100.0 framework, because it becomes clear using it that any goals are achievable, even goals they couldn't even envisage prior to that. I can say that it works in different industries and different businesses. However, there is a reverse trend. The disagreement of a leader or a manager to try this system. We are all very well aware that the first system, 0.100, means I'm a boss and I'm stupid and I'm ignorant, and we constantly see that. And what should such manager do? He is going to remove all the institutional challenges to his own limitations, to his own power. He will try to prolong his power. He will try to remove or make declarations of any constitutional restrictions of power. And even as we noted in America, they will try to move it to political rails. And people cannot manage power on their own, same as they cannot manage strong drugs. Speaking of illegal narcotics, having taken them, they want to have more and more. Authority is much more addictive, and this is the reason for this disbalance when people do not want to let go of power. This is human nature. This is the nature's purpose and the way people were raised and bred. And these two processes, the systems for preserving power, 0.100 and Deming system 100.0, they always predetermine the evolution of human systems, that we saw. Now, the following thesis. What are the ethics of 100.0? What are Deming's ethics? A lot has been said today also about ethics, and I will address the monography by Mr. Rari about the challenges of the 21st century. And in the summing up, the author reaches a conclusion that high-level ethics will facilitate humankind's sustainable development, and vice versa. It will die if it won't use it. And I'd now like to move on to Deming's ethics and move on to 9 leadership characteristics. These are my key points. Never mind the rest of it, but I'd really like to make these key points. Can a normal manager write this? No. This is a manager of 100.0 Deming's ethics. He creates trust. He understands that creating trust requires taking risks. He doesn't expect perfection because a lot of new information new variables is always incoming, and this is natural. He always listens and learns not to punish the one who listens without punishing the one to whom he is listening to. So these are very important points. Unfortunately, I'm having technical trouble with my presentation, so I'll move on to the key points. Deming's ethics, and using Deming's ethics, the true leaders try to create such an environment so that work provides satisfaction. This is a dream, Svetlana, isn't it? As you mentioned in your presentation. Yes, absolutely, at all levels. So it's an ability of a manager to create such an ambience, such an environment. It's his goal. Results and performance are the consequence of the ability to create a team that will follow you and will help you understand what is wrong with the system, and then to build on that in improving the projects and enjoy doing it, which is most important, with pleasure. So that work brings pleasure. It's not just lip service that I'm paying to this ethics. I have actually experienced it. And please follow. This is statistical management. Yuri Pavlovich liked to call it statistical management because Deming used statistics for understanding the dominating role of systems in discovering the shortcomings. He uses numbers. This is reading out the concept. The leader uses numbers to understand his staff and himself. He understands variations. He uses statistical calculations to understand who, if anyone, is outside the system and requires specific help. Once again, not pointing the finger of blame, not looking for scapegoats, but offering help and assistance. This is strong ethics, and I understand that this will bring the humankind, will provide a chance to humankind, not only among the planets, but also with the quality provided through this ethics. And now, in the remaining minutes I have left, I would like to list my viewpoint at the current trends and across the industries. Let's begin with businesses we all know of. Toyota, prototype in production, TPS, Toyota Production Systems. Certainly, organic systems contain much more in a much clear, streamlined way, in a much more unexpected way than is outlined in theory. And I do not recall if you remember, Svetlana, when we were at the assembly, Toyota's assembly line, we saw that it was every section of this assembly line was equipped with traffic lights, and the assembly line was only moving with all green lights on. If we saw a yellow turn on, we saw human activity commence immediately. We were explained the causes later. Then, if we saw a yellow not being fixed, then a red light would go on and the assembly line would stop. So if the people wouldn't be able to quickly tackle the problem and solve it on the fly in a given section of the assembly line, the total assembly line would stop. And this provides an answer to the question why Toyota doesn't brake. And the second point is that this is only the top part of the iceberg. But what is below the water? What about the other processes working with suppliers and else? They nurture, facilitate such suppliers. There are 32,000 suppliers in Toyota. Of course, it's quite difficult to manage such company, and of course competition is certainly huge, and it's clear the reasons for Toyota being widespread worldwide and in the US. And I spoke of my experience with my child. I feel that preschool relations should be also based on learning the child's goals and helping him achieve that. And the main becomes the mission of help. The support becomes primary. And the secondary, you exclude all the punishments. I excluded all the punishments because I tried to explain him that he has to he had the good and bad inherent in him. One is trying to tempt him, another one is trying to stop him. And this duality also provided answers for us in mitigating behaviors. You only have 2 minutes for Q&A session. I propose we leave that since we're going to have a master class, and that I would like to invite all the participants that are interested in hearing his masterclass. I think this is a highly interesting subject, and there are many questions. May I ask a question? Asks George Kleiner. Oh, you don't have to ask, George. Please go ahead. Oh, this is a demonstration of 100.1 in action. Yes, 100.1. That's all. So I may be bringing Grigory from the territory of successful cases to a more complex ground. But I think it's worthwhile. You say that people have no fault. People are not to blame. It's a fault of the system. But can we define the boundaries of the system? Whether it's to do only with the distribution of instrumentation, machines on the work floor, or maybe something should be changed with the orchestra, as a famous comic once said. Well, let's put it in perspective. A person works in an organization. Organization has a manager. So your first question, the boundaries. These organizational boundaries. So in my experience, 9 different organizations, certainly every organization had shortcomings in the actual organizational system. There were 3,000 of them. So, to put it in a nutshell, you picked the wrong technology, or yes, well, look, the reasons are varied, the causes are varied. It is not my role to point out, and of course you're aware, that systems are very complex, and the systems involving humans are triple as complex, because people, all humans, are systems, and we have to consider their motives and purposes. As we argued with Mr. Rubanik when I explained my 100.0 system, he said you had to go one step further. And we went one step further and we found the cause. So I'm prepared to assist you, to help you look for reasons, for causes, and you probably won't be able to get to the bottom of it, because people won't tell you.
Системы, и я понял ответ, если я правильно вас процитирую, дальше.
If I correctly say it's further, and deeper, and wider, in all directions, in time. Well, let me clarify. The thing is, in organization, you as a boss, you adapt to external system, and people adapt for you, and you adapt organization to an external system. Being a manager on a ship, you will not go against the rock, you will avoid it. And so I'm saying that you need to make your own ship, which is good, and you are responsible that it goes in the right direction. Okay, good. I understand that you represent a ship, like, in spite of complexities, and it's in simple form. Or I express in simple form. Like, the boss decides everything, so the boss is at fault? No, again. The boss is responsible for everything, and for the people to bring you results, and something is wrong in organization. Who brings it and who tells that it's wrong? There are very few organizations like that, because people are adequate and no, nobody will deliver it to you. Okay, thank you. I understand the general response. Well, the time is over. So all questions within the round table. And now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Igor Gundarov. He connected. We see him on the screen. PhD in medicine, professor, first medical university named after Sechenov. Good afternoon, dear friends. I take part annually in your conferences. And I enter on a territory that I'm not an expert, like economics, finance, and budgets, deficits, but I'm thankful to Svetlana. She's been inviting me, the assistance, and I'm reading your essence of system economics, and I start to understand that economics as a system is a subsystem of a larger, more general system, and this general system is a society, is the people, and not only economic interests guide the behavior, but something else, including Svetlana. We made a few articles with Svetlana, and it's about happiness, satisfaction, and these are not economic things. That's what I'm dealing with for a long time, and I'm one of the developers of the social atmosphere notion. And see me? Social atmosphere is non-material reality as dominating senses and emotions in a society, uniting people for joint activity. It's non-material and it's more general, and it's part of economy, and partly it goes beyond it. I read Ludwig Adwin, the recovery of Germany economic. He said economy is 60% of psychology, and here I'm becoming sad because I feel I can say something. And the notion of economic miracle. What's in this economic miracle? What's so economic in this? If economic growth is ensured with huge investment, it's unlikely economic miracle. And economic means this miracle is something unexplainable within the laws of this subject, and how important it is for us. It is extremely important. By the way, economic miracle notion, I haven't found a clear theory about economic miracle, and the need to analyze this is especially urgent with this difficult economic situation that COVID made worse, and the prospects are very bad. And we calculate that economic potential of Russia is less than 80%, speaking about GDP from 1990. And the Russian Federation at that time developed with a speed of 4% growth per year. And with this dynamics of Russian Federation by 2000, it was 320%, and by 2035, 870. And then I ask a question how we catch up with this number, so that by 2035 we at least catch up with the Russian Federation Republic. And if we set this goal, and it's ambitious for our economy, is to catch up with the Russian Federation Republic economy, then how much annual rates we will need for that? At least 15%, even more. And who can ensure this 15-17% of growth? And capitalist system is not able to do it, and Putin dreams about 3-4% above average, and we need 17. So the purpose of my presentation is to justify the opportunity of economic recovery of Russia with growth rates at the stage of recovery from 15% and higher. And it's a big deal to start define goals. Sometimes it is replaced with the means. In 91, the orientation was privatization, fight against inflation. Now it is So the goal, but the goal should be development of productive forces to, I'm sorry, I'm reading it, being not economist. And then the growth rate of 15% is able to become a locomotive that will bring further economic and social, and will ensure development of science, education, healthcare, and this should become a goal of new development until 2035. Now the question is, who is the drive? What is the driving force? Modern economic leadership says it's business, only private business. And actually, we see that the private business is not capable of that, so we need to find something else. Second question about resources. They say only investment and money. That money is useless. So in order to have 18% annual growth rate, need crazy investment amounts and can be reliable only internal sources. So what brings me confidence, I was friends with Dmitry Lvov and we discussed these issues, even wanted to write an article about non-investment economy, which relates to this question about happiness, satisfaction. Do they influence economic rates of growth or not? Then I decided to look at what economy, which country has the largest growth rates. Before crisis 2016, Bloomberg gave these rates: India 7.4, Bangladesh 6.6, China 6.5, Panama 6, etc. However, nobody looks at CIS. It's amazing. Nobody looks at the economies of CIS. It's like they ignore Tajik and Uzbek, and they all lie, including CIS and US. And with correction for lies, it turned out, according to CIS, the largest growth now around the world was provided by Uzbekistan. And if we calculate how much potential grew in these years, by 2018, the total amount of growth was 540% versus our 8%, with a large gap. Belarus was, but now stagnation and decline started. So what is the force that was driving Uzbekistan and that they had huge growth rates? That's clear. Sometimes Uzbeks come here because they have a large birth rate. Now it's 34 million. That's why so many people, and economy is not catching up with demographic explosion. And see whether there are any similarities between Belarus and Uzbek economies, and I found out that there are. Yes, the subjects of markets are private and state. That's expression as a state as a subject of the market. I heard it in our conversations, but he left us. Great person. That means private property provides 3-4% and state property another 3-4%. And in total, this convergent model of state capitalism ensures the required 8 to 10%. New economic policies. It was used by Roosevelt. He was blamed. He got out of economic crisis by combining it. So the combination of private and state property can ensure 10%, but we need 17%. where else we can take? So we need a third source. And this source is probably what Svetlana was saying. Can be forced labor or can be happiness. People going to work with delight. Maybe they pay a lot, but it's boring. And then there is this consideration about third form of ownership. And again, I find the description of this form in the 20s. And it appeared in the end of the 19th century. It's a Russian know-how cooperative, where this economic unit, they are all co-owners, and the results of labor of individuals depend on a collective growth. The first time scientifically this notion was introduced by Lenin. Said the importance of people's enterprises for economic theory was justified, and enterprises that didn't have independent sources, and these are enterprises, cooperatives. And we have to support and build civilized cooperatives. We need to combine social enthusiasm with appropriate trading competence. And that's where the next third source is found, where the previous speaker already mentioned. As a result, we have a new economic model, shaped the economics of common sense, which what ensures growth of productivity of labor. Breaking, the speaker is breaking. So it's about elements. So whether it's state, cooperative, and private ownership, the competition, emergence of the forms of ownership. Now it's competition within private owner. And here is competition on the forms of ownership. And this diversification is in line with a range of people's needs. And I am feeling Georgi research, and I learned a lot from. And how does the person feel in this system? So this diversification is in line with the needs of the people. One want to work for state companies, like I want to be in this area. Others prefer labor from individual, like private ownership, and third part strives for collective ownership. So the proportion of sectors are moving, determined not by political considerations, but the interests of the people and their productive needs and regulators. And that's another element. There's a block of ownership, now block of regulation. Now three components: a plan, contracts, who get together, and they don't need sign anything. So cartels is what need to be suppressed. It's a form of agreement. And third instrument is the market. And as a result of fair competition, the best is emerged for respective niches. And based on these three forms of ownership and three types of relations, there's three types of social conscience and or social atmosphere. And social atmosphere at some large state enterprises different what's private, and And it turns out that this atmosphere, state ownership, generates an employee, executor, that's executive social relations, cooperative, ownership regulated by contracts. To live as the owner of the results of labor, these solidarity relations, and private, where employee delivers its labor forces. These are market relations and market public conscience. It's a market-based process, different, totally different atmosphere. Market social relations. So when you bring healthcare to the market, what we got, you are the source of salary. I assign you non-needed tests or panic, and that's for market ideology. And some brief examples. First economic miracle among these three blocks existed in the Russian Federation Republic from 21 to 27. After the Civil War, industrial production was about 20% of the Tsarist, and in the limited borrowing and extremely difficult economic conditions, it performed the state plan and quite a law, and new economic policies is a huge economic potential of development. What is to perform this law plan? We need turbines, processing, we need coal and ore production. That's a huge cycle. So new economic policies is amazing experiment, which was brief, and that we need to study very carefully.
So we should propose new economic policy today to gain this additional 13 or 14% that we're lacking. I've still got some time, don't I? 10 minutes plus 5 for questions. I'll spend another few minutes and then we'll move on to questions. And now I'd like to ask about the structure, inquire into the structure that was created during new economic policy years. And I'd like to once again quote Lenin. Please imagine how, for him, as an adherent of as a Marxist, having encountered the riot, Tambov riots, the civil unrest, and he started looking for new elements to implement into the Marxist theory, to integrate them. And this is what he said, quoting, "This experiment involves new two economic opposites. How is it possible to join, to unite these opposites? At the key point, our revolution in 3.5 years, we have practically multiply connected the opposites, united the opposites, and now we found the level of uniting the private, the public, and public interests that used to be the cornerstone of dispute for many socialists." And Gilerovsky wrote that planned economy is taking into account the market conditions. It can be dominant over the market. So, however, it means that it cannot work outside the market without taking the market into account and the consequences on the planning. And now, concluding the numbers of the structure into property asset distribution during new economic policy. Large corporations, state-owned 96%. So the state-owned large production, large industry, heavy industry up to 96%. A few percent was belong to small companies. Retail had similar proportions. Agricultural production, 97%, accounted for peasant households, economic units that were attracting other employees from among their neighbors, and annual GDP dynamics amounted to 44% annually. And of course, this was not from scratch. And this was own production. In the year 1925, we saw 60% growth rates in the post-war period. How could this be explained? I think it could be explained through Lenin's work and as an appeal to the people joining the Communist Party. This spirit, this labor spirit provided for this 60% growth rates. So quality of life increased. Crime fell. Demographics exceeded year 1913. There was a renaissance of culture that marked the period. Meyerhold, Mayakovsky, Yesenin, and others. And another such example of post-war recovery is post-Second World War. 70% of industrial and 50% of technical production territory was occupied. The number of workers dropped by 40%. However, despite that, by 1947, the economy had recovered. The second economy had been recreated beyond the Urals. Thousands of cities and villages, towns were standing in ruins. And, of course, the rates for development in these territories amounted to 25-30% annually. And this was a true economic miracle on account of the potential that, as was mentioned today, we compared the growth dynamics of economy and investments, and we saw 30-40% being part of the purely economic factors and 65-70% out of that mix of elements, components related to happiness, satisfaction, taking part. And I feel that today if we should propose the government further plan of action, I think after further developing this concept, we should promote propaganda of achievements that such economy can bring. Thank you very much, Igor Alexeyevich. Dear colleagues, any questions, please? I'm sorry, we can hardly hear you. May I ask a question? Professor Turikov, Alexander Turikov.
Игорь Алексеевич,
Yes,
зная ваш длительный аналитический путь по сравниванию социальных предпосылок развития экономик, прежде всего стран бывшего Советского Союза, можно ли было бы сейчас выделить вот такие системные, то есть без которых невозможно экономического развития, социальные предпосылки, раз, два, три, я не знаю, такие самые мощные, без которых развития экономического не может быть?
The most powerful drivers of economic developments. Well, it actually can happen, but it will be very slow. As I mentioned, to allow only 3 types of property in the market and give them an opportunity to function independently. And then, if we provide them framework for competition, the government will win over the private companies. No nationalization is needed. Only the bankruptcy law should be allowed to go forward. And then all of the power stations and the oil companies will immediately become bankrupt. Over the last 2 or 3 crisis years, they are now in debt to the government. And we should just say, dear Mr. Potanin or another oligarch, this is how much you owe me. Please pay me everything within 30 days, and they will all go bankrupt. And first of all, we should, of course, open the bankruptcy law make it accessible. However, the government may lose in retail. The state economy will never beat a private company in selling flowers in a flower shop, for instance, horticulture shop. And here the economy, I think, will put everything into the right place for all the players in the niches where they're beyond competition. Can I ask a question, please? Yes, thank you. I have two questions, please. First, what is your position on the Georgian growth? Eightfold or fourfold, quadrupled over 8 years, and the second, this is hardly more than 16%. And how do you think will the state and the commercial enterprises will effectively compete? Because of course the government companies, state-owned enterprises enjoy administrative resources. You know how things work. People in uniform come, and next thing you know, it's not my role to tell you about that. You know the reality. Could you please comment? Once again, I'm not an economist, so it's a bit difficult to answer the questions. I don't have any data on Georgia. Georgia, like Turkmenistan, it doesn't publish any SIS framework materials on the economy. Look, 15 minutes at the stop at customs, deregulation, customs breaks, tax breaks, clean roads, infrastructure, but Tubi is as clean as UAE. A lot of capital has been attracted, a lot of investments. You can Google it. No, look, I'm not refusing to answer. I'm not sure of the statistical situation. Thank you for your question. So please, could I paraphrase it? How do you see even-handed competition, fair competition from state-owned enterprises and private companies? Well, they should openly sit down and fix the game rules. Let me take the construction industry first. Please don't smile, because first you say, let's look at the state-owned. So first of all, the sector of residential construction sector. We say the gameplay is open to private and public companies, enjoying equal access to all the infrastructure, and then the government can say, we'll only make 5 types of flats. And private companies, of course, they're not going to make 3-floor apartments and golden bathrooms. And they will say, we'll guarantee you this much cheaper pricing, tax-free loans. Tell me, where will 90% of the population will run to the state-owned companies or private companies? And private companies will use prime real estate. And in this case, the government will win in the residential construction sector using fair play methods in an even game field. Svetlana Evgenievna, Igor Alexeyevich, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. No matter the subject you are speaking of, even also the manifesto I have recently read, To Stop Panic, fantastic work. However, what is beyond the view, what is out of sight here is correlates closely to the previous question. When we speak of the state, do we speak of this state, this country, or just general country that is ruled by fair people interested in development of the economy and the society and so on? When we speak of a private businessman, are we speaking of today's enterprise owners? Speaking of corruption and so on, will these factors play, or all of the lip service in your presentation should be taken in quotation marks, meaning that it's not applicable in this country, but an ideal country, not exactly these enterprises, but enterprises that I have long studied have their shortcomings, but these are ideal enterprises, and so on and so forth. distinguished Georgy Borisovich. I have actually drawn a lot from our meetings in my work. Everyone is talking a lot about the future, and I am today drawing not like Thomas More, but the shape of the coming new economic reality, new economic system. And I could have said, let's go to Mars, but I didn't say that. This is quite realistic, and the actual reality, life will make us do that. Now a team is gathering. I'm going from one meeting to another, and when something works out, I will come to your faculty, hat in hand, asking to describe the economy of the regime that is trying to break through against the COVID. It's not fantasy, it's reality. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, any more questions? Mikhail Stepanovich. Hello, and thank you for your presentation. As Georgy Borisovich said, it is always interesting to listen to you. You're proposing some good recipes and solutions that can be discussed. But I have the following question. You have touched on the key theoretical questions on the goals of sustainable development, and you said that the goal is developing the production enterprises. Yes, speaking economically. Is that correct? Then I have a question. Why? Why should we boost this production capacities? Why do we need upgrades? Why do we need digitalization and so on and so forth? Why? What is the reason for that? Does it seem to you, I put it to you, that the goal should actually describe the purpose of the whole exercise? Yes, thank you for the question. I will endeavor to reply from systemic approach position. We have to view economics as a subsystem of a bigger system, and I can only reply to this question when we look at the more generalized subsystems. And for me as a doctor, is actually very convenient to look at society using the words of philosopher Zinoviev. He said there is ants and an anthill, there are bees and a beehive, there are roles, there are humans and humankind. And you ask the position from human heel as a next system, and then the questions arise. Why do we need economics? And this is a question regarding the whole organism. Some of them have one goal, and then many questions arise. And human relationship should be analyzed. And of course, the human liver exists to neutralize, but however, sometimes I enjoy being pleasantly drunk over New Year's Eve. So your questions should certainly be addressed, but I only spoke of economics and communism, quoting, will win only with higher production capacity, and all the persisting formations, including communism, were economy-oriented. There was no Svetlana's terms that she used, like happiness, enjoyment, and satisfaction. That's clear, but it isn't clear why should we increase production capacity and labor capacity. I think this question should only be answered like in the society at large. Why do we need economy in society? So that people enjoy more time for development. Why do we need economics? I think we are in for a discussion, dear colleagues. We still got time. Please go ahead. And as you said before, free time. And in a current model, digitalization, you see jobless people. What do we do? This is one of the threats. And the new reality, uh, he has free time. A person, on the other hand, has free time to enjoy because he uses machines and automations. So completely different approaches. Here is a time and a purpose on the opposite extremes. Look, I am misunderstanding something. So people get free from work, so they create mechanical work while they are intellectual robots to do all that. I misunderstand that point. And the second about competition of state-owned and private-owned, you probably heard of a retail chain called Magnet. There are many of them on every corner. He was created by a private businessman. The chain was developed. What happened then? Then VTB Bank came in and took over. It's called a raid or a pushover. So we all know how Rosneft actually appeared. And where would you like to create this competition between state-owned and private companies? It isn't clear. And this is why we should all sit down, the representatives. No, you don't have the authority for this. When there is no raiders, we can sit down and talk about the rules. You have been very inattentive listening to my presentation. I think power corrupts worse than a drug. Who is going to agree with you? This is coming back and building on what George previously said. We're speaking of the future society because they'll have a different authority. It will be differently elected. We're speaking of a shape of a real future that is realistic, but we should sit down and establish the game rules. I think we will seriously may soon consider the future political discourse. Well, how are you going to do that? It's a bit difficult.
There's other question to Igor Gundarov. No questions. I don't see. Moderator, please help me. Well, thank you for your presentation. It was emotional and live. Good. Then I'll give the floor to the next speaker, Gerald Midgley from the UK, Professor of System Thinking and Center of System Studies, Faculty of Business Law and University of Hull. He was in charge of the Society of System Sciences internationally. He was director of Center of System Studies at Hull, has major projects around the world. Gerald Midgley, welcome.
Sorry, I'll start again. I want to introduce you to a systems theory of marginalization that I've been developing for the last 28 years. It's not an abstract sociological theory. It's a theory that has been developed in order to inform intervention. So by intervention, I mean action research projects, and I must have been involved in upward of 100 action research projects over the years. I want to talk you the slide's not changing now. It seems to be frozen. going to try it again. Got it. Okay. So I want to talk you through the theory, and the first half of my presentation will be theory, and the second half will be strategies to challenge marginalization. So when you have stakeholders in a situation who are basically being demonized, what can you do about that? How can you improve that situation? But I have to warn you that some of the strategies I'm going to talk about have a dark side. They can have unexpected side effects, and we have to be aware of those to really think through our strategies in interventions. So let me start by talking you through a little bit of theory about boundaries. This diagram gives you a visual language of boundaries. So the oval you can see there represents the inclusion of stakeholders and issues in a particular situation, and naturally it also represents the exclusion of stakeholders and issues. Any boundary judgments that we make are always tied to values. So the purposes that we pursue in the context of action, I would say, are our values. So I don't mean general principles like kindness and generosity, but specific things that matter to us in the context of action. So values help us draw boundaries in any situation. Now, systems thinkers enjoy saying that a fundamental assumption of a systems approach is that everything is directly or indirectly connected with everything else. But the thing is, we can't have a God's eye view of that interconnectedness. We always draw boundaries. Any human perception is bounded, and every human boundary judgment is made with links to values. So we can see that values and boundaries are a key aspects of any system that we look at. What we actually find is that because we don't come into the world as autonomous thinking subjects, but we are actually born into institutions, that a lot of those values are determined by the way our institutions function. So actually, by looking at different possible boundaries and different possible values, you can begin to get critique and rethinking of the way our institutions work. Now, this might look like a challenging diagram at first, but let me talk you through it. So what you see at the bottom of the diagram are two concentric circles. Those represent two different boundary judgments made by different stakeholder groups. The two peaks represent the different values that are associated with those two different boundary judgments, and they come into conflict. And that might sound quite abstract, so let me give you a concrete example. I'm going to talk you through with the example of unemployment. So you might have an industrial organization that is perfectly ethical, so they look after the welfare of their own employees. So they have a narrow boundary judgment. They look after their own employees. At the same time, you may have a campaign group in the local community who are also interested in the unemployed people and what can be done to support them. And they may look at that industrial organization and say, well, you're a major institution in our community. You have some responsibility to employ more people in our community. So you have two different boundary judgments there of what matters, just the people in the organization or the wider community, including the unemployed. In that situation, those who are unemployed become marginalized, both the issues of unemployment and unemployed people themselves become marginalized. And I've looked at a lot of situations and realized that you can see this kind of situation unfolding in a lot of conflict scenarios. And instead of, when this happens, instead of just solving the problem, very often it becomes stabilized, systemically stabilized. And I looked really in the early 90s at what it is that creates that stabilization to a system like this. And what I realized is that very strong value judgments get imposed on people or issues that are marginalized. And I use the term sacred and profane there because they represent really strong ascriptions of value. So either unemployed people are really demonized and they're looked on as scroungers, or you can flip it round and they're actually the vanguard of maybe a new political movement for change. And this is what you see when you look at this kind of conflict scenarios. So the people in the industrial organization may start to complain about the taxes they're paying just to keep unemployed people, and these people don't really want to work, so they're treating the unemployed as profane, and that justifies them looking at their narrow boundary. And alternatively, you may have the community group saying, let's actually try to recruit the unemployed to this new political movement, and they'll be the vanguard of change. I can tell you that in the early 1980s, I was unemployed for 3 years, and I participated in exactly that dynamic. I stood outside unemployment offices recruiting people to a political party. Now, you have that kind of situation of conflict, but one of those views ends up dominating the other, and it does so through the use of rituals in our organizations. So a typical example with unemployment is making unemployed people sign a register to say they're available for work every 2 weeks, which is what happens in the UK if you're unemployed. So if you've been unemployed, as I have, you know that that is a ritual of humiliation. It basically tells people that the idea of unemployed people being profane is dominant over the possibility of viewing them as sacred. So when you see these kinds of dynamics, it can be really damaging to the people caught in them. And so I think we have some obligation to deal with these situations in our interventions. Now, I think you can apply this kind of model to everything from small group relations through to international relations and everything in between at organizational and national levels. And the very first time I presented this at a conference, a woman jumped out of her seat and just shouted out, this really expresses what's happening in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. What would you do about it? And I could do nothing really but smile, because some problems are a lot easier to diagnose than to solve. And there's a really good reason why, because some of these judgments on people are based in very local conflicts, and those are the easier ones to change. But some are really institutionalized. There are tensions between values across the whole of society, and those are the really hard ones to shift. Nevertheless, we need to be aware of them because of their implications in intervention. So let me take you on now to what we can actually start to do to address this kind of situation. The first strategy I want to talk about is amplifying marginalized voices and creating empathic connections with marginalized people. Now, the mistake I think a lot of people make is just to amplify their marginalized voice. So what happens there? Let's say, for example, you're aware that refugees are marginalized. Your strategy might be to make sure that those voices get heard through the media. If you do that without actually creating any empathic connection, then what you end up doing is sparking a backlash, because there's always a competition for whether marginalized people are sacred or profane. So if you want to say that this is a noble cause to help refugees, then there's going to be other people who say, keep refugees out, they're not one of us. And so those things are always in a dynamic tension. The only thing you can do to prevent that backlash is actually to build those empathic connections. So in this case with refugees, for example, it might be to emphasize common humanity, to look at people's family circumstances that other people can identify with, to show those kinds of emotional things that will help put people in a more human context. So let me give you an example of a project of mine where this became really relevant. So I did a project with homeless children living on the streets of Manchester in the UK. When I first got into this project, I must say that I was really quite shocked because I hadn't realized that there are about 2,000 homeless children living on the streets of Manchester in any one year. It's pretty much an invisible problem. So the marginalization is clear here. Young people are generally looked upon as less rational than adults. And with children living on the streets, they have no source of income. So the only way they can survive is getting involved in petty crime, sometimes drugs, sometimes prostitution. And so it's very easy for these children to be marginalized as troubled. The slide I've put on represents part of the key part of the problem situation. So you have stress for the children at home and school. They run away, they run onto the streets, and they can get picked up by the police or by social workers. And unfortunately, the statutory duty of those agencies is to return the children home. So what happens very often is that the children will not allege any abuse that is going on at home or at school to those agencies because they don't want their parents to get into trouble. They don't want other children to get into trouble. So they end up getting returned home. They run away again, get returned home. They run away again. And we talked to children who'd been through that cycle maybe 20 times across a year. So what did we do there to challenge the marginalization? Well, the first thing we did is that we spent 3 months on the streets at night gathering the views of young people. And we did these kinds of drawings to be able to communicate their insights. We also gathered quotations from young people. So when, for example, agencies, the housing agency, social services, the police, these agencies actually hear from a young 13-year-old girl what it's like to get involved in prostitution from the age of 13. It's so emotionally compelling that they really have to take this seriously. So we communicated their words as well as the rich pictures. The other thing we did in the design of solutions is that we use the same planning methods with the children as we did with the adult professionals. And that was very deliberate because if we had, for example, used a more playful technique with the children and maybe got them to put on a play, and we asked the professionals to actually plan a solution, what would have happened is that the children would be just expressing the problem and it would be a professional solution and the children's voices could easily get marginalized. So we actually did the same design methods with children, and surprise, surprise, the professionals said that they are able to actually implement the kinds of solutions that the children wanted. We also realized that the children wanted a refuge so that if they ran away to the center of town, there was somewhere they could go for help. And we knew that because of their marginalized status, there was going to be an issue with retailers in the area because retailers, I'm sure, would have said, we can't have this because it will just encourage young people to come to the center and they'll start shoplifting from our shops. So what we ended up doing is talking to all the individual retailers, sharing the stories of young people. So you begin to counter that pressure of marginalization. And actually the retailers were fully on board with the idea of building a refuge. So that's the first strategy, to amplify marginalized voices and create those empathic connections. The second strategy is to demonstrate connections between the foci of the different people, the different stakeholders, to blur that boundary, that primary boundary in the middle, so that the two perspectives begin to get linked up. And I'm going to give you an example of this from a project. So this terrible bowl of spaghetti, you don't need to look at the detail of it. I'll just explain the form of it in a moment. It's a causal loop diagram that comes from a project where we were asked to intervene in a really big conflict between scientists and farmers. So what had happened is that some scientists in the institute, government institute I was working, had done some experimentation and had basically said that the reason that New Zealand, the country I was living, has the highest level of food poisoning in the developed world is because there's so much dairy industry, and dairy cows were pooing in the water, and the water was being consumed by human beings, and so food poisoning bacteria were going to human beings. And the farmers obviously felt marginalized by this. In the media, this was front page news, and they used terms like dirty dairy, which is clearly a marginalizing term. So the farmers are actually quite a vocal and powerful stakeholder group, and they were not going to stand for this. And the anger rose very, very quickly. So you have the scientists blaming farmers for something. The farmers were saying this is nothing to do with us, it's a human sewage problem. There were other people blaming wild ducks, and it was a very conflictual situation. And we were asked, can you help get these people talking again, so at least they can start to begin to make some progress on these issues? So the team that I was working with ran a workshop, and they brought in the various different stakeholders. Now, initially, the stakeholders didn't want to talk with each other directly.
Таким образом, при начальном организовании семинара собрали всех участников, и на самом деле, таким образом...
So, there's somebody talking across me. Okay, so we brought them into a workshop. They didn't want to talk to each other initially because the anger was so high. So we got them to build causal loop models of what the situation looked like from their separate points of view. So you don't need to know the detail, but some of the areas on this diagram represent human sewage. Some of them represent what's going on with cows. Some of them represent other things like ducks. And then we brought the groups together, and they thought they were going to be justifying their perspectives to other people. What we actually asked them to do is to go around the room and look at the causal maps that the different groups had produced and find elements in those maps that connect with elements in their own maps. So over the course of several hours, we began to form one large diagram, and it became really apparent to people that you can't simply talk about food poisoning in one part of the system. It's part of a much larger system. And the food poisoning bacteria are flowing between the animals, the water, the humans, the human sewage, across the lot. So I don't think we solved the problem, but what we did is got these people talking reasonably again, because it blurred the boundary between what mattered to one group and what mattered to another. So that's the second strategy. The third strategy is uniting against a common enemy. So those two different groups who are in conflict can unite together against somebody else. Now, you can see the obvious dark side of that one very quickly. It was Hitler's strategy, for example, in the Second World War, uniting people against the Jews. It was Nigel Farage's strategy in the Brexit situation in the UK, who was basically uniting people against European immigrants. It's potentially a dangerous strategy, but there are situations where it need not be dangerous, and I'm going to give you one example. So this is back to the project we did with homeless children living on the streets and developing solutions to that problem. There was a point during this project where we realized that the police were often being accused of marginalizing the children, because a lot of the charities involved in this project were saying, well, the police's main interest is in catching criminals, so they're more likely to treat a child as a criminal than actually want to help them. So we knew we had to deal with that kind of issue and actually explore some of the values that are used by the police and the other agencies. So we designed a workshop to bring those agencies together. Now, what we didn't know at this point is that, and we were only just told before the workshop, that the police and one of the charities had not talked to each other for 18 months because they'd had a major disagreement over this issue. And what had happened is a child had died in the police custody, and there was something on the national media about this, and the police thought that this children's charity had blamed the police for this death in custody. So neither side were talking to the other. And so I got them together for 30 minutes before the workshop started. And what actually happened in that discussion was really interesting, because both explained their position to the other. And it became apparent that the media had actually cut the interview they'd done with the children's charity representative to make it look like they were blaming the police when they really weren't. So the police and the children's charity got together and they actually started blaming the media, and there was a lot of laughter about how the media work. And it actually got them onto the same side, so that when they came into the workshop, they came in able to communicate. So that's 3 strategies. Let's look at a 4th one. The 4th strategy is to transcend narrowly focused values. So can you get people to think in terms of a wider set of things that matter to them? The project example I'm going to give is when we were asked to do a feasibility study for building a new water storage dam. And it was a group of farmers who wanted to commission the building of a dam. But there was a marginalization issue because farmers were really concerned that local people really didn't care about their economic interests in getting more water. And also local people were really concerned that their interests in sustainability were being marginalized, that you can't take more and more water forever. There has to be a stopping point. So both sets of stakeholders were coming into this situation feeling marginalized by the other. Now, as we engaged with this situation, we ran a whole set of workshops, which were 2.5-hour public meetings. We made a decision that we weren't going to assume that a dam was the answer, but first of all to explore the problem, and then to see what other possible answers there might be out there. So we presented key facts about water systems, because not everybody knows how river systems function. We explored what drought means to everybody, and everybody was concerned about drought. We identified the values that matter to people, which were included commercial values, but also other values like recreational water use, habitats for native species, all sorts of things. And we identified options for water management and then evaluated the options against those range of values. Now, what's so interesting about that is that it's surprising just how asking people to evaluate options using values other than their own, as well as their own values, makes them think again about their perspectives. So I remember sitting in a group and there was a woman there who was absolutely opposed to building any kind of dam. And through the exploration with the other people, it became really apparent to her that you can't cure the drought problems unless you have a dam. So what she replied is, okay, I'll change my position. I can accept a dam if we can have a sustainability policy that will actually put some limits on the taking of water, so we don't find ourselves in 10 years' time having to have another dam put in place. And that was actually the outcome of the whole workshop, that we actually were able to agree with people on siting a dam, but also at the same time having a sustainability policy that was going to limit the amount of water taken. This actually got tested out in practice by the council, because after we'd done this work, the local council not only looked at the 2 dam options that we had explored, but they suddenly presented a third one that nobody had explored in the workshop. And interestingly, all the public objections were to that third option, because we'd obviously done a really good job in getting an agreement about the way people could work together on the options for a dam that we had worked out. So that's really about transcending narrowly focused values, because we got people to look at things in their own terms and in other people's terms. So a 5th strategy is to undermine negative stereotypes. So how can you actually challenge when people, for example, say all unemployed people are lazy? What can you do to challenge that? Now, it is interesting that there's a dark side to this one as well. So there's some really interesting stories that came out of the Israeli-Palestine negotiations in the 1970s, where there was a breakthrough moment when people started talking about how they didn't want their grandchildren to grow up with the conflict that they had grown up with. And everybody began to see each other as human beings and not just the other side. The problem came not in that meeting, but when they actually went back to their own communities. It was very hard for those people there who hadn't had that experience of seeing others as fully human to actually appreciate the undermining of those stereotypes. So there is a dark side there. You have to think through how you're going to do this to actually spread the learning. But here's an example. And this is an example that comes from a friend of mine, Karen Cronin. I came on into this work really towards the end of it. She had done the bulk of the work by the time I came into this research. We were doing work with on genetic modification in New Zealand at a time when the genetic modification debate was very, very heated. So there were demonstrations in the streets against companies putting genetically modified organisms in the food chain. Scientists were being targeted. They were having bricks thrown through their windows. They were having their cars vandalized. So the scientists felt really quite scared and marginalized by the community, but the community also felt marginalized by industry, because the community stakeholders who were against the genetic modification felt that the companies had done all this development work in secret and were now rolling it out, and they felt that they were being marginalized. And what we did is we brought the community leaders together and the leaders of industry and some of the leading scientists. So these were people from biotechnology companies as well as from campaign groups. And we did a piece of work called At the Heart of the Matter. So this is the way the methodology works. You interview diverse people to find the values that matter, and then people order the issues from what's core to them, what's at the heart of the matter, to what's peripheral, and people then can discuss their orderings. And you can do an analysis as well, a kind of cluster analysis, if you want to do this quantitatively, which doesn't cluster the issues people are looking at. It clusters the people. So you begin to see that not all stakeholder groups are homogenous. They have their different views. Now, when we did this in a workshop format qualitatively, one thing stood out above all else, that both the scientists and the industrialists and the campaign groups all had environmental issues at the core of their agendas. They were all concerned about making sure that the genetic technology didn't impact on the environment. And that absolutely blew apart the stereotypes, because the campaigners thought that the scientists didn't care about this. The scientists thought the campaigners were just too ignorant to really understand it. And you really had to break those stereotypes in order to have a decent dialogue. So there's just one more strategy to explain, and that is the establishment of rituals to reinforce that secondary boundary. So if you actually can put in place rituals that help people think differently, institutional rituals. And I'm going to give you an example again from New Zealand government. So I worked with the Ministry of Science and Technology because they wanted an evaluation of 30-year roadmaps for investing in controversial science and technology. So the roadmaps were for energy research, environment research, biotechnology, and nanotech research. And they had come up with a lot of stakeholder conflict. Now, what we did is mapped out the process that they used to develop those roadmaps. You don't need to look at the detail, but this map on the screen now represents the process that they followed. The key thing that you need to know about this is that they the civil servants framed the various issues and then took the basics of the roadmap out for public consultation. And not surprisingly, they took them into public meetings, and a lot of stakeholders didn't like the framing. They ended up objecting to it and saying that you followed a narrow agenda and you've marginalized our interests. And this happened in all of these roadmaps. So they asked us, what could we do differently? So we looked at this and we just made one change. Instead of the civil servants pre-framing the roadmaps, we said, establish the framing in consultation with the public. So they actually went out and asked, what kind of framing do you want? And then set up the roadmaps and then took them back out to public communication. So one extra piece of consultation. And we followed them up when they did a food roadmap. And that could have been very conflictual, but it wasn't at all, because they'd actually overcome that marginalization. Now, you may be asking, well, where's the ritual there? This is about establishing rituals. Well, a methodology to develop this kind of roadmap is itself a ritual process. It's a set of actions that are repeated to that symbolically reflect what people need to do. So it's symbolically reflecting the accommodation of different viewpoints. So I just want to draw some conclusions here. I think that this systems theory of marginalization is useful for generating insights into marginalization processes. So I've had numerous people say that once they've seen this, they realize it explains so much of what goes on in social processes. But it's particularly useful for informing systemic interventions, that if you think about this as you're designing a project, you can build in strategies to help deal with marginalization. But there's one thing I would like to end on before I hand over to questions, and that is to think about the possibility that the systemic intervention processes, the kinds of methods that we use in our projects, can themselves offer ritual processes to challenge marginalization and move beyond conflict. And I just want to mention the research of a US sociologist by the name of Randy Collins, who looked at really quite extreme situations of conflict when conflict actually descends to violence. And he studied a huge number of conflict situations, and he found that there are two situations that make a situation descend into violence. The first is a collapse of the balance of power when one side sees a weakness in the other. That's one of the reasons why marginalization is so dangerous, because there isn't a balance of power there. And the other situation where you collapse into violence is when peers expect the violence. It doesn't mean the same people in the room. It just means people who you respect expect that violence. Now, we do two things with our methods that actually counter those two factors. So we're fanatical about fair participation. When we run workshops, for example, we give all the participants equal space and value contributions equally. It's one of the key principles. So we are setting up ritual processes to prevent the collapse of the balance of power. We also usually take people out of their everyday work situation, and we take them on away days, on planning workshops, off-site, so they develop their ideas in isolation from the peers who might be putting pressure on them to take particular lines. So their thinking can come to the fore instead of just their position taking. So that again is a matter of a kind of a ritual use. So what I'd like to suggest is that the methods we use prevent the kind of conflict and marginalization that can enable that kind of conflict and ultimately could lead to violence. So our methods are both functional, they're there to find solutions to systemic problems, but they're also ritually symbolic. And the processes we put people through help people overcome these kinds of processes of marginalization and conflict. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to questions.
Большое спасибо, Джеральд. Коллеги, какие есть вопросы?
Thank you, Gerald. Colleagues, do we have questions?
Джеральд, можно я задам вам вопрос?
May I ask you a question? Your approach, whether it's so complex, and did you have cases where you were not able to agree, or you guarantee results? You expect guaranteed results?
I have had situations where it hasn't been possible to make progress. You can't guarantee results, but you can make results more likely than they would have been without an intervention. But I always insist before I take a project on of exploring the situation with people. So I'm not predetermining what the methods are going to be. I'm designing the methods in response to some initial discussions with various stakeholders, including marginalized stakeholders. And usually you uncover in those early stages whether it's going to be possible or not to come to any kind of resolution. And let me just give you a couple of examples when it wasn't possible. So there was one situation where I was asked to do a project that was about developing a joint strategy across health, social services, housing, various other organizations, all dealing with people with learning disabilities. Now, the organization wanting that project told me that every other organization was signed up and ready to form a joint strategy. And I went to talk to them, and they all just said, that's not true. We have no interest in doing this. It's that person's project, and we're not going to participate in it. Now, when you have all of them saying that, it's not going to happen. So we just said we can't do this project. Another one that is a little bit more difficult is that I was asked to do a project to evaluate a service for people with learning disabilities. And it was a project to get people with learning disabilities into work. And what I always do in that situation is ask to talk to the clients, ask to talk to the people with learning disabilities and their families. And I was told I can't do that. I can only talk to the staff. And I thought, this is very strange. That's not normal. So when I talked more and more with this manager, eventually he admitted that I can't talk to the families, and because they want to keep this service open, he wants to close it. He's already decided to close it, and he wants the evaluation just to confirm that it's going to close. So again, for ethical reasons, I wouldn't do that project. There are situations where people have absolutely closed minds, but more often than not, there's room to maneuver.
Можно задать вопрос?
Yes, I would like to ask a question. Thank you for very impressive presentation. But I got the impression, maybe wrong, that your negotiators, people who negotiate, these are rational robots that know very well their interests and don't change them in the process of negotiations, act rationally, don't interrupt each other during arguments and give the opportunity for everyone to speak out. If we look at the Russian situation, at what we see on TV, there is impression that participants of negotiations having minimal, very different viewpoints. They are different people, and they represent different psychological types. So what do you think? Is there any prospect in these conditions to use those strategies that you are talking about?
Okay, so first of all, let me say that if I gave the impression that these were all very rational, almost robotic actors, that was mistaken. That's not the case at all. So there were some quite difficult people in this situation that we had to, in some of the situations that we had to work with. So I'm just thinking, I can't give much details because it's confidential, but in one project, we were working with a union official who was quite blatant and saying that she would lie, she would do anything in representing the interests of her members, and she's not interested in other people's perspectives. She said that to us to our face. Now, in that situation, the strategy we used is to put her with so many other people that were the members of her union, that she was a small voice in a larger pool of people. And she couldn't just assert her views like that because she had other people who were in the same stakeholder camp as her, who were actually more open-minded. So there are things you can do like that. But the really important thing is to make emotional connections, because there's a systems theory that talks, and you can see this in work on neuroscience as well, that people don't change their minds through rational argumentation. They change it through emotional connection. And that's why, for example, in the Children on the Streets project, it was so important to get the words of the children themselves. The agencies we had in our workshops, none of them had any statutory responsibility for dealing with this problem. the housing department are only have a responsibility to house people over 16. The schools only have the responsibility to educate people who are in school. These kids were not in school. You go through all of the agencies and none of them have responsibility. So how do we get them to take responsibility when they've got tight budgets and their starting point is, it's not my problem? Well, the answer is to make such a human connection. I keep coming back to that one 13-year-old girl who talked about getting involved in prostitution, because that was a moment when they heard her say that it was just like the room went silent, and you felt that people were making that emotional connection, and it moved them into a space where they said, you know, however difficult it is to work together, we're going to find a way to do this. So I think there are ways forward in situations, but as I said to Svetlana, not everybody. There are some obviously that are really difficult to work with, but more often than not that you can find a way.
Спасибо.
Коллеги, еще один вопрос мы, наверное, успеем задать.
Thank you. We can ask one more question. May I ask a question, please?
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. As I understood, your examples concerned local community, and I would like to ask, does your approach work on the higher level, for example, for ethno-cultural or ethno-confessional conflicts and etc.?
Okay. So some of the things I talked about there were local community. One of them was a government agency, the Ministry for Science and Technology, and its roadmaps for investing in science and technology over 30 years. I've certainly done work with government ministries as well as with local communities. So yes, I mean, human communities are similar, whether they're at high-level policy organizations or at low-level community groups. The number of connections people can make are pretty similar. The issues of marginalization can be different because, for example, with the government ministry, the number of stakeholders is vast, and it's going to be much more difficult then to hear everybody's voices. But you can still do something. You can still do things. So in that case, for example, the ministry, when we were working with Ministry for Science and Technology, the ministry was going out and holding workshops to present their plans. So it was a matter of what they presented. Instead of presenting the plans that then raised a lot of opposition, they presented the questions that they asked, that they asked, so they could get a framing together with people. They actually involved thousands of people in those consultations, thousands of stakeholders, by holding workshops around the country. So it is possible for national governments to do this kind of participative work. What was the you talked about? I didn't understand the last term you used. You talked about some other type of organization.
Not organizations. I spoke about conflicts, ethno-cultural or ethno-confessional.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. I have not done any work on that, but I know other people who have. So there are there are people I know in the systems community who've done a lot of work, for example, on the Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot conflict. They've done 10 years of work in the background on that kind of ethnic conflict. Similar work has been going on between the Israelis and Palestinians. There was a really good community project in Northern Ireland between the Catholics and the Protestants. So these things can work, I think, in those conflicts. But that's a longer term approach needed than the kind of thing that I've been talking about here.
Fine, thank you.
Если есть еще время, у меня есть вопрос.
Ну, давайте, Георгий Борисович. У нас начался перерыв, но я предлагаю, если есть вопросы, продолжить.
One more question. I'd like to ask David, how you were able to receive orders for these projects? Was there a tender, or you were just asked by the people who know about your works? How does it happen?
Okay, it's different for different projects. So when I first moved to Hull, the University of Hull in 1990, the first thing I did was go out to the various local agencies who were doing projects that I was interested in. And I went to the council, I went to various charities and asked if they had any projects I could do. And I got my first project, and that was successful. And within the next year, then I got 10 more projects. So it begins to snowball through word of mouth. That's what I did in Hull. When I was in New Zealand, in a government research institute, that was my job, to do projects for government. So it was a privatized institute, so we had to bid for projects, but the clients were government departments. So the government departments would say they want this work, and then it goes into a competition, and some of the projects get funded and some of them don't. That means we have to have really good relationships with the ministries. And part of my job leading the science team there was I facilitated a situation where all the researchers had partnerships with particular ministries. So they're always looking out for opportunities, and they're working with the ministries on what sorts of research would be useful to them. And then we would go for the funding for them. So that's what we did in New Zealand. And some of it comes by word of mouth through academics. Just one other situation. Because I get invitations like this, I do get a lot of requests from other countries. So I'm doing a project in the United States at the moment. I'm doing one in Sweden. And I'm having discussions about a project in Colombia. So because you meet people at conferences and they ask you to collaborate. There's lots of ways.
Спасибо. Благодарю.
Thank you.
Коллеги, наступило время перерыва.
Colleagues, it's time for a break. We have 9 minutes before we start the roundtable. But in principle, I think that we don't have to leave this audience, and some people can communicate like in real life, but only on professional topics.
Потому что трансляция идет в YouTube.
Because it's broadcast in YouTube. Thank you, Gerald, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Day, since we had enough time and Svetlana followed the procedure strictly, Despite that, many aspects remained outside our scope. The questions we couldn't formulate on the spot, the replies we would have liked to give the presenters, some issues which were close to those discussed, but not part of the presentations. And today we have an opportunity for an open floor where everyone will be able to speak out at any subject related to systems analysis of our society, the inherent problems, the state of the systems analysis as a science, the state of research in the industry, the application. It was not by chance that I asked Professor Mabasa as to how he, Professor Midgley, I beg your pardon, it was not by chance I asked Professor Gerald Midgley how he finds his projects. It's a serious problem for us. We are not seeing much of specific requests either for free or paid projects. The level of trust to the academic world is at an all-time low. The level of trust of the scientists to the general community matches correspondingly. I was greatly interested in Professor Gerald Midgley's description of the consultations of the workshops held with the stakeholders for reconciliation. And no matter how much I stressed my imagination, I couldn't project the same reality to our TV chat shows or even the specific people I know who could hold to the subject of discussion, finish listening when spoken to, listen to the opposite arguments, and of course projecting this creates certain doubt, transplanting this concept. Well, you know, as a case in point, I'd like to go back to an expected solution from our old Soviet film, Formula of Love, the love formula, when two characters of the servants of the main character are trying to play cricket, but it's not a Russian type of cricket, and it's not working out well. Then one of them takes out a small magical bomb and throws at the cricket goals. Well, that was a Russian type of solution to a discussion, and this is also the way the discussions run on the most viable and controversial of subjects. And also I'd like this to also mention Mr. Fidelman's presentation, the role of the boss of the discussion, of the host, makes him somewhat responsible for this discussion, despite the fact what we see on the TV screen. There is a TV host, a show host, but it doesn't interrupt those changing the subject, doesn't force anyone to finish listening when someone else is speaking. So systemic approaches in this case, what I'm trying to say is this, requires impact, not on the rational part of the discussion and perception of the reality, but instead, and I mentioned this earlier in passing, Professor Midgley, but however on the emotional element, which may be even more difficult to reconcile than the rational. And this is in passing. Speaking of the applicable nature of systems analysis, and the subject of this roundtable today, as I said, may be theoretical issues in nature or other problems and issues facing us today, solved or unsolved, applied and instrumental analysis methods applicable to human society development. Dear colleagues, do we have any volunteers? May I begin with the few procedural points? For our discussion, not to get out of hand, since we only see the icons in some cases, I'd like to ask you to please keep your microphones on mute, and when you're ready to reply, please press the space bar and reply. Pressing your space bar will activate your microphone, and then you may turn it back off by letting go of the space bar so that separate sounds or expletives possibly do not enter the broadcast and do not disturb other participants, and so that everyone has a chance to speak. We don't hinder each other. It's better for you to raise your hands, please, dear colleagues, ideally, and I will give you the floor. Or you can, but please don't interrupt each other. This is our key condition. Please don't interrupt, but listen carefully, and you can jump into the dialogue when the other party is finished. So, would anyone like to open our discussions, dear colleagues? Where is Mikhail Stepanovich? I'm here. I think you do have something to say, and in this case now you do have it. You have someone to say it too. Thank you very much for kindly offering me the floor. Dear colleagues, it seems to me let me paraphrase. Back in 1930, there was an essay published, Roberts, saying that we're all speaking of the same, but we haven't decided what it is. He said that about economics. In this case, we're running along similar lines, but to a high degree, because we use the terms systems and economics, and everyone is speaking of something, but they haven't decided what exactly. Because Sadovsky, that Mike Jackson mentioned, he provides for 40 definitions of a system. There are my PhD students provided about 10 radical definitions of economics. And in this context, against this backdrop, it seems that we should definitely discuss in our presentations what exactly we understand as a system and as economics. Otherwise, it is pointless because everyone is speaking about their own concepts. I think you are absolutely right. We will definitely agree with you, because Mr. Fedelman said that system is a very complex thing. The more complex system, this is an allegoric. What do you mean by more or less complex? Why do you think that a kettle is a less complex system than a person, or a human, or a person is more complex, or society is more complex? Well, during coronavirus, we realized that no, I'm not sure whether it's more difficult or complex. I'm speaking of coronavirus. A person with a kettle is the most complicated system. So to teach someone, there is a play on words here, a kettle is a novice in Russian academic slang. So to teach a novice is a difficult challenge. And when we are, was the joke, and when we are in a square of uncertainty, of differentiation, when we don't understand what the system is, and we don't know what economics is. So any proposal will be debated and can be debated, but this is not very constructive. We do not think along the same track using similar concepts. We're going to hear Mr. Remenchuk tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Oh, it's going to be tomorrow evening, masterclass, Systems Thinking. He published a book, a textbook on systems thinking, a very interesting. I recommend you visit it. Yes, it is true that systems is a holistic concept. It can be made holistic, but as Remenchuk says, there are systems that we are focusing on. There are subsystems, systems that are above external systems. It's a big ecosystem, but this is the viewpoint of a person drawing that contour of relevance of subsystems or systems. For example, an enterprise depends on the rules, on the framework, which is external. For example, pay taxes, comply with fire and safety regulations. This is external environment. So this is above. And what's happening inside, recalls and faults, this is inside the system. So what I'm saying is system can be defined to the level of inconceivable, but if you want to remain practical, it should remain simple. And a real world is a good measure. Of course, you're speaking of a man with a kettle, but a kettle doesn't fall ill with COVID. It enters human lungs, and you die because of that. Is there a difference? Yes, of course there is a difference for you, and all the hospitals are full. Is there a difference? Yes, there is. And if you think of that, that is important. You look at the system and think of quick interventions. Otherwise, you're going to have endless systems. Universe, this is where Remenchuk begins. Molecules and universe, this is all systems. And where do we stop? And this is why he says there are systems at target systems, focus systems. There are subsystems in terms of the target system and another system surrounding environment, surrounding this system. And Grigory Maximovich, I beg your pardon. You are now only putting forward your understanding of a system. No, not mine, Remenchuk's. Okay, Remenchuk's. I can quote you a dozen of similar points of similar nature. Also, on the continuing on the comments of Mike Johnson, John Schmogus, a book about systems has recently been published. It also discusses systems, but now I'd like to reiterate, you're outlining your understanding, your concept of what a system is, whether we are sick or not. You just said that it is very interesting to note. Hang on a second. This was a great, you said this is great, and it is from by no chance Toyota implemented this system. It was a pioneer when implementing Toyota management system. This is the approach they use towards their children. They don't punish their children until the age of 7. No, even 12. Well, you see, this is their mentality. But in terms of systems, as far as I understand it, there should be a mechanism to liquidate this dysfunction, and you, as a manager, if you detected these problems, you try to fix them. But speaking of methods, that's a different story. May I comment, please? This is a very important subject that you raised, Mikhail. Certainly, we are going by different interpretation and understanding of systems. Because according to some views, systems do not have any clear definition, and the search for that reminds us for searching for a black cat in a dark room. However, there is the term uncertainty. For example, in mathematics, there is a term multitude, although we use it right and left in our thinking, in our discourse. This definition doesn't have a definition. This term doesn't have a definition along these lines. And it is a common case. You mentioned children that are getting infected, or people getting infected, or children not getting punished until the ages of 8 or 13. And who are the children? Please define it, and we will never agree. For some people, of course, we can look at the legislation. According to legislation, a young man is a 35-year-old. But when we speak of young people, children, we do not define this concept. I fully agree with you, George, except for one comment. Practice, application is very important. Public practice, public experience. You've taken Toyota, but experience shows that they haven't fired a single person in so many years. Redundancies only happen using early retirement programs. The management reduces their salary levels by 50% in rough times. And if they enter even dire straits, they go even a step further. And if something goes wrong in the system, you have to focus, because it's always easy to find a scapegoat, to play the blame game. And you will always be right as a manager, but you can take a different position, different view. And my experience in 3,000 cases and my practical experience as a corporation president for 7 years shows there is no people to blame. Things that you have missed with systems thinking, you will definitely miss something if your people are not engaged, not infected with that common purpose. And the common purpose, as Daniel said, is improving the system to perfection. And of course, when people were punished for no reason, this was the first point of Schuckart's maps, showed that people are not guilty, and this is a systemic problem. If you're speaking of the balloons in red, black, and yellow, and people are in different situations, people are okay, and this ability to focus on oneself, to point the blame at oneself, and also to attract the people so that they inspired and there is progressive movement. For example, conveyor, the assembly line at Toyota was a great example. If you imagine what happens inside, it's clear that these cars shouldn't break, and they don't. How many years do you have to drive to make it break? Because this is constant. And the same system works in Scrum method when we are creating various IT products. There is a huge flow of that. But after every edition, after every launch, there is feedback, there is error, there is a complex feedback loop, and the customer is part of that cycle, part of that loop. Sometimes we perform the cycles for the customer, and sometimes you include the customer in the loop, in the cycle. And this is practice, and it works. Thank you very much. I listened to your presentation with great interest, and then we discussed it with Svetlana in the break, and she has mentioned that I misunderstood you. This is not simple. When Professor Adler first told me about that, inside I almost attacked him. Just imagine, I'm the president of ASCO, having created a huge monster company, which then fell apart. I did something wrong. But a person who doesn't know anything about management, who is only a consultant, is telling me this. I was ready to explode, but I took control of myself, and only then, later, I realized that the reason for the dissolution of my company was my mistake. I incorrectly processed the changes in registration of the entity form. And may I continue, please, on these lines, George? You will have a chance.
You will have a masterclass where you can explain it in more detail. I have a simple question. I want to understand. That's why don't be surprised. So a person, some executor, he wrote a letter to the customer, and in this letter made an orthographic mistake. So I don't know what is guilt here, but what is responsibility? Who is responsible for this mistake? Himself, the system, or the boss who selected this person who made a... It's not because he's illiterate, but it was a mission. So in this case, who is responsible? Oh, look, don't be angry. If we want to say that he was supposed to write correctly and his responsibility, it's hard to argue with you. I'm saying what's the consequence of that? If it's punishment, I say, hold on a second. If you accept that maybe he graduated from primary school and you hired him, of course he makes orthographic mistakes. Okay, let's not change the subject or clarify it. We accept him. We recognize as responsible for this mistake. And then we ask a question. How to punish? Fire or hang him? That's what we discuss. That's why I'm saying different angle. First, he made an error. So, conclusion is it was his responsibility. Yes, he was explained that he wasn't supposed to make mistake. He was supposed to be literate. And second, why he's doing this job if he's not tested as a person who writes correctly? Is it his mistake as well? Well, you're asking a different question. It's related to the error. Yes, it's related, but it's different. And what is the right question then? The right question, the person was literate, he's not a robot, but he made a mistake. Do we have to put the responsibility for someone else? I will answer. First simple thing, he made an error and the guilt is on him. It's a simple approach. Now, we dig deeper. What if he has a 10-hour working day and he's tired and he's fatigued? Well, then he shouldn't be blamed, right? He was just tired. His working day doesn't include it. That's one option. Second, he was hired for this job and he's not able to make the appropriate letters. So it's a question to those who hired. Well, from the very beginning, I detached from this. Then he will not make this mistake. If he is illiterate, well, he made a mistake for one simple reason. He is a human. And humanum errare est, and he he feels about these mistakes, and that to put the 100 to 0, I think is not right. Well, now you remembered about this map. Repeated things. One makes one mistake, the other one 2 or 3. It's called variability. When you build this Schuchert map, you will see that this system is stable. But if it's between top and bottom control level, the system is stable. If you want to remove it, then you need to change something in the system or make so good verification, checking the setup before you send it out. I'm not arguing. That's a different problem. And I'm just dwell on your only thesis that the person should not be should not put guilt on for this mistake. So that's why I made this example. Maybe you wanted to impose it on someone else, that subject with all these terms that we don't make him work 24 hours a day and he's a normal person. So say what we say, we need to filter it ourselves. So being out of context, our expressions may seem extremist. Well, may I contribute? It seems to me that it's just an issue of terminology. It's not a matter of guilt. If it's 100-0, that managers would be to blame. The question is that behind any error or issue, we shouldn't speak in terminology of persons, but need to find something within organization of system, like processes, relations between people, the environment, make full-scale systemic analysis in order to find the root causes for this issue and not say that one is to blame or the other one not. Like an employee being inside the system cannot change it. All processes are regulated by the management. So in this, they need to initiate this process. I think it's not about terminology, but focusing attention. If it's a guilt of employee and we start to figure out it's a wrong direction, all these 3,000 cases, I found, not even myself, but a group of people that were always in the system, they knew about various dark side that I was not aware of. I just helped them to organize and create Breakstorm, where they generated a potential reason that led to these symptoms that we've seen. And it turned out when we selected the most truthful and creating program of improvements and making this treatment, and we've seen that these symptoms, undesirable things, they disappeared. It's a law. And for me, it became a law. And then why I insist on 100-0 and not 98-2? Because it removes this loophole where the management tries to get into and says 2% for the people. Well, I would say I haven't had a single one among 3,000 cases. Of course, we need to learn to motivate people so that they don't want to make errors. And now it's hidden and it's fraught with thoughts that my colleague may think
А что ты мне с не так приходишь?
that I told about him.
Получит сам тот, кто открыл этот не так. То есть сегодня наши системы...
So today our systems are bearing on this. If there are internal failures, they try to accumulate. That's what I'm talking about. We have 3 raised hands. So in the order of raising first, Gerald.
Okay, I want to go back to what several people were talking about earlier when we were talking about diverse notions of system and how everybody means something different by system. And I remember going to the International Society for the System Sciences conference back in 1990. And they got everybody in the room. There must have been 150 people in the room who all decided they were going to try to develop a common understanding of system, common language of system. And they said, let's start with the most straightforward, uncontroversial concept, which is hierarchy. And 3 hours later, they gave up even trying to define one concept like hierarchy. And they were really raised tempers. It was a really unfruitful exercise. And I think we have to look at why the systems community repeatedly gets into this problem of saying there are too many definitions of system. We have to have a common language, but we can't agree on one. And one of my friends, Kurt Richardson, came up with an interesting theory for why. He has a complexity theory of language. And he said that language evolves when it meets new contexts. And most of the disciplinary sciences and most of the management sciences define their context of application quite narrowly. But systems doesn't do that. Systems actually defines the widest possible types of context it deals with, which means that we have many different systems people meeting many different unique contexts and evolving their languages. And then they come together in a conference and surprise, surprise, they've all got different understandings. So I actually don't think it's a very fruitful way to go to try to narrow the diversity down to one common language. A better approach is Mike Jackson's approach, because that switches attention to methodologies. Instead of saying, let's look at what a system is, it said, well, we want to make changes. So let's look at the methodologies for making changes and look at the different notions of system that those methodologies are based on. And that narrows the field a little. That means you can systematize the set of systems methodologies and you have specific views of what system are within those methodologies. I think that's a more fruitful avenue than trying to get a common language for everything. I still think there's another problem, though, that that still assumes that we can have students doing 3 years of study on systems, and that's just not possible in our universities. So we also need a simpler language to introduce systems thinking. That's what I'm trying to work on now with a colleague, Derek Cabrera, whether it's possible to define a very simple set of systems thinking skills that have infinite combinations and that make sense in terms of all of those systems methodologies. So all of those systems methodologies use those skills in some way or another. So I don't know if we'll be successful or not, but I'm hoping there is a way through that. But methodology is a better approach, I think, than trying to define the systems concepts in a once and for all way.
Да, Джеральд, спасибо. Вячеслав Геннадьевич.
Я прошу прощения.
Thank you, Gerald. I'm sorry. May I ask a question in this regard? Few words. Do you teach courses of system analysis or modules of system analysis in Western universities? What do you know about it, Professor?
Yeah. Hull has got systems modules on most of its management degrees, but they do one systems module and maybe a bit of systems in strategy and supply chains, these sorts of things. There's obviously systems biology on biology degrees, but it's still fairly marginal in the academic realm. And some universities are better than others. So Hull has a really well-established systems group, and we make sure that systems is on all our degrees. The Open University has a systems degree. But there are universities that have no systems courses whatsoever. That is a problem. We expect a doctor to do 7 years of study, and we expect an engineer maybe to do 3 or 5 years study, but we expect a systems thinker to do a weekend course. It's a ludicrous situation.
Да, спасибо большое. Мы видим, что...
Yes, thank you. We see that financial university is ahead of all, at least partially, since here we try and do it and make these courses on systematic basis of system methodology in various professional fields, in legal, management, financial analysis, etc. Let's give the floor to Vyacheslav. He raised a hand. Dear colleagues, thank you, Svetlana. It's very good because I wanted to continue what Gerald was talking about. There is a respected discipline as law and 2,500 years. So Immanuel Kant said about legal studies and in 1780, he said that lawyers are still looking for their definition of law. However, they deal with that, and because more or less it is known, there are 3 or 4 main schools. Some legal scientists speak in cultural, he just make references which school or paradigm is going to express his thoughts. So system analysis and system thinking is a younger disciplines, although system thinking has a rich philosophical base from the time of old Greeks and ancient Greeks, and this path that lawyers went through, we have to go through faster. And I also been in conferences, International Society of System Sciences, that was mentioned by Gerald. And over there, people can use 20 different models on 50 different definitions. And however, when I hear them, it's more or less clear for me. Because these models are well known and described. Although when I first time came to visit Gerald, and it was 9 years ago exactly, and I was making a presentation in the workshop on the Center of System Studies, and before that I read a few works, and it helped me to learn and translate terminology. For my British colleagues were able to hear me for an hour and a half, and then Joel took my hand and took me to the library and found a book of Mike Jackson that spoke today. And in this book, there's a great structure which is called System of System Methodologies. That's a very smart navigational device that enables to separate 4 paradigms of system thinking, a few metaphors, and then attach methodologies. And It's quite easy figure out. So what I think is missing in Russia, so this kind of accurate description of our methodologies, so that we can also be understood very well in this beautiful pluralistic community of system thinkers. So, and another small thesis regarding pessimism. Georgi, in Russia, projects are not possible, like those that Gerald mentioned.
Saying that type of projects that Gerald mentioned are impossible in Russia. Well, I'd like to comment saying that I've taken part in some of such projects, but certainly for the commission to happen, certainly this has to be a unique set of circumstances. Back in 2013, we had a project because the governor of Khabarovsk region, owing to a certain opposition PR campaign, has lost his standing with the populace and was concerned about not being re-elected. So we proposed him build certain communication channels with the population, and we used the method which is called social civil engineering. And this allowed us to analyze or gain insights into certain government programs through a feedback loop of dialogues with the population. So not to just provide the government's viewpoint, but however collect the viewpoints from the population groups that these pieces of legislation, these programs are focused on. So the dialogue, we have set up such dialogue, and we succeeded to prepare moderators from the authorities that were able to maintain similar communications in the future. And this has significantly raised the standing of the governor in the eyes of the population. He had successfully subsequently was re-elected, and 5 years later lost the following elections. Ultimately, was his name Ishayev? No, it was his student, his protege, Mr. Shpor. And this is another story. However, these types of dialogues are quite possible in various spheres. However, special circumstances are necessary. May I please comment, so as not to look a complete pessimist? I'd like, dear colleagues, to hand you an optimistic motto of sorts, which repeats the quotation by Karl Marx. Some say, others adhere to different viewpoints, or that this belongs to different authors, and it goes that the science, certain science, only reaches perfection when it uses mathematics. And I'd like to develop on this thesis. Any science achieves perfection only when it uses systems analysis. It is very hard to argue with you, George. I would agree with this statement. We have Mikhail wanting to take the floor. Thank you. Gerald said that back in the 90s, he took part in the International Offices for Systems Research, Institute for Systems Research. I'm sorry, there are difficulties hearing the speaker. We're still meeting with Peter Cunningham, ran these meetings. We are still meeting, But I'd like to say once again, I certainly enjoy the approaches. Certainly it is necessary. However, once at one of the meetings that took place, thanks to Professor Kleiner, we said that isomarxism provides for unity of concepts and understandings. He said it's impossible. We've been through that and so on. And I was amazed to hear that from a doctor. I think this is from about this previous speaker. Does it seem like a horrible isomorphism to you that all people have 2 hands and 2 arms and 2 ears and a lack of 1 ear or a foot, or a presence of 3 feet is perceived by us as an anomaly? I'm not saying we should take a uniform approach to solving everything. Scientific work certainly requires pluralism. However, if the law of gravity exists, how can we interpret it otherwise? What other approaches are possible to this interpretation? There are none other but the right one that are possible. If you'd like to take a walk out of your window living on the 10th floor, it will take you 9.8 meters per second acceleration velocity, regardless of your pluralism and your understanding of the system's law of gravity. That's my point. And if we'd like the system's approach to be universal, the law is the patterns in the system's approach. This is a type of pluralism. Certainly, they should carry universal or transdisciplinary nature, regardless of where they're used, whether this approach is used. This is my viewpoint. Dear colleagues, it was a great pleasure speaking to you. Unfortunately, I have prior engagements and I do have to excuse myself. Thank you very much, and we wish you all the very best of health and successes in your work. Thank you for being with us and for joining us, and hope to see you again soon. I'd like to make another comment, not a negative comment, but instead a comment of inspiration to Mikhail. Could you endeavor a systemization of systems methodology and definitions that you mentioned? This is very tempting. Well, comment for Vyacheslav Maracha. This was actually done by our colleague Mike Jackson. What I was saying is we need a similar classification of Russian methodology, and this needs to be correctly defined and described. Yes, exactly. And Mike Jackson had one subject matter, you had a slightly different subject field. Well, this is a complicated work. Let's do this together. I would like to inspire you first, and then we can examine the realization avenues. Maybe we can get a grant or something else. Thank you very much, George. I'm already inspired. Moreover, even back in 1990s, Vadim Sadovsky, who was mentioned here on a number of occasions, encouraged me to do that. I actually did my doctor's thesis in the Institute of Systems Analysis, but unfortunately through youth, I was too young to be inspired with these ideas, but I won't miss a second chance. Okay, that sounds great. And I'd like to say that if we try to search for meaning inherent to all the words we say, the nuances of meanings in the language, sooner or later we will come to this common denominator, to this bigger scale systems understanding of the systems. And this grain of logic that is behind every speech is very important, behind every statement. You calmed me down because you said if we try to look for points in if we look for points in the speech of every assistant, we're going to have a lot of empty points. But fortunately, it was different. The sentiment was different. Thank you. Alexander Ivanovich would like to also say something. Mr. Ivanov. Please turn on your microphone. We cannot hear you. Please unmute.
Не слышно, Александр Иванович.
We cannot hear you, unfortunately, Alexander. Mr. Dorin, hello. Join us.
Дорин, не слышно вас.
Mr. Dorin, we cannot hear you. Dorian, please turn on your mic. Please unmute. Dorian, we cannot hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna and George and Gerald. It's a wonderful conference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Да. Но она еще продолжается, еще целых 2 дня будет.
It is still ongoing. We still have another 2 days ahead of us. I beg your pardon. Zygmunt, please turn on your, please unmute, and you have the floor. Then we'll go to Gerald. So Zygmunt, then Gerald.
Добрый день. Вы мне дали слово?
Good afternoon. Do I have the floor? I cannot hear you, unfortunately.
Да, здравствуйте. Просто извините.
Hello. I beg your pardon. I didn't unmute. I saw you raise your hand, and this is, and now you have the floor. No, I'm sorry. For some reason, I had the conference recorded as being on the 10th. Tomorrow, we're going to run a conference. Second day will be dedicated to the memory. The roundtable will be dedicated to the memory of Yuri Adler. I'll take part tomorrow as well. Thank you. Because I think I skipped a lot today. I will definitely join up and follow up later. Thank you. I do have some comments to make, actually. Come to the masterclass and you can speak out tonight. Gerald, would you like to comment? You have the floor. Gerald, if you'd like to comment, sir,
yeah,
you have the floor.
Yeah, it wouldn't unmute. Yeah, I want to just come back to what you said earlier about these approaches might not be able to work in Russia. And I wouldn't presume to be able to comment on Russian culture because I don't know Russian culture well enough. But I can say something about a different culture because I had a Nigerian student and he wanted to do a project in a food production company where there was a really bad issue with a conflict with the community where the company were dumping animal carcasses and effluent in near a residential area. So the residential area was smelling of waste. And he was saying he needs to deal with this, but the Nigerian culture is very authoritarian. The managers tell the workers what to do. The workers are not allowed to answer back. And the culture is not one of dialogue. And how will he get a dialogue between the community and the organization? And the way we did it was we framed this as being about an organizational problem, that they needed to solve the problem of waste, and maybe they could turn their waste to an advantage by generating electricity from it. And then they had the dialogue with the community, and we managed to solve everybody's problem at the same time. Now, we didn't challenge that authoritarian culture. There was no massive transformation in the organization, but there was a recognition that the systems thinking was useful for that, and they talked to the community in a way that they hadn't talked before. So it was a tiny little step. And I think if you can start to build feedback where you can take small steps, then you can start to make progress. So I'm with Slava that I think there are situations in which something can be done and you can start to take small steps.
Да, спасибо большое, Джеральд.
Yes, thank you very much, Gerald. Thank you. And Alexander, do you have a comment? Yes, can you hear me? Yes, thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to join the systems discussion. I hope I'm not late. No, we're still here. We haven't yet succeeded in working out a definition, so please go on. Join the debate. Yes, well, I've been in this subject for a number of years, and I have discovered a phenomena. I have a presentation tomorrow in one of the sessions, says Alexander Ivanus. And now I'd like to disagree with Gerald in terms of impossibility to create a general median definition. I have done it on multiple occasions. I have created such definitions in terms of, for example, system. What is a system? Yes, there is actually such a median generalized definition, because when we say a certain word, we understand that we have to understand it in a certain way. And language has three vectors, I would note. First of all, to make sure to provide for uniform general understanding. Secondly, for no one to understand me. Why? Because it can also be used in a situation like a famous old Soviet tale about an intelligence Second World War operative. Can be used intuitively, and also it can be used for only a few people to understand, such as criminal lingo, or when others, outsiders, are not welcome to understand anything else. So this generalized common understanding, when we say a word table, we have to realize, we have to understand that opponent understands us, no matter what he is. A table is a universal, is a concept actually that is difficult to define. Quite often at similar conferences, when people ask me to provide for a strict definition, I tell them, okay, I will provide it if you can explain a table to me. And then they begin stalling. We see it going haywire, because when it's impossible to provide clear definitions, I call it a semantic core. There is a median concept that everyone understands uniformly, and this has to do with any term of definition. Also, system is one. And here, there is a median core that we all understand uniformly, but there are certain plasts, the dispersion of meanings. And these additions or overtones, if we use the acoustic terminology, when people add on, some people beautify the definition and so on. These are the derivatives, the variations. But there is a clear definition of a system that is in the classic definition. I'm not going to dwell on it, but it does exist. And for this reason, if we want to create a language, we have to consider and define this semantic cores. And I found a way, a system for doing that. A semantic core according to my research, has Gauss distribution, so it follows the laws of big numbers. And if we're speaking of 1,000 people providing a definition, there is a trend for median understanding of the semantic core. So semantic cores sometimes are clearly defined. For instance, in mathematics. In mathematics, mathematics is based on clear understanding, on providing clear definitions that leave no room for variation or ambiguity. In other spheres of life, there are definitions with core or without. For instance, system has a semantic core, but definition of love, the term love, does not have the semantic core, actually, because people understand it differently. We'll never come to terms on what love is, and we'll never provide a clear definition.
This is a specific feature. Certain law that we need to study. And that's what I'm doing. And tomorrow I'll have presentation. I would like to broadly discuss this. If you are interested, I invite you all to my presentation. Thank you.
I
would like to say that Alexander Ivanovs has been very productive. Activities related to definitions, thesaurus, and looking for creating dictionaries. It's very important work, and I would like to support. But what is love? I cannot answer. Regarding love, I don't know whether it's about practices that Grigory presented, or theories that we have not discussed, but just some word expressions that were mentioned. I think we need to combine theory and practice.
Gerald,
the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm torn in two on this one, because part of me wishes you're right, but part of me also knows that the variety of systems understandings is so great. So to one person, a system is something that exists in the real world. To another person, a system is a way of thinking that you impose on reality, and no systems actually exist. Now, if both of those are systems approaches, what do you do? It's very hard then to get a common language. So in that sense, having some plurality, I think, is still useful. Having said that, I'm still looking for that element of universality in terms of systems thinking skills with my colleague Derek Cabrera, because so far, from what it's the best candidate I've seen, his 4 systems thinking skills, because those skills you can actually find in every systems approach, but it does away then of saying whether systems are in the real world or not. You're then looking at thinking skills rather than actually the nature of system. Who knows if we're going to be successful, but it's worth trying.
В России, кстати, проблемами языка и его...
By the way, in Russia, problems of languages were dealt by Mr. Nalimov, and he has some works in this area. Colleagues, I'd like to note that with definition of system, there are many issues, but not less issues from defining the model we know as a theoretical structure that reflects certain reality. It's like system, and we know it as a physical realization, like a model of certain law, pattern, or we know other definitions, not even definitions, but understanding of the notion model and simulation also as an ideal of women's figure. But in spite of that, pluralism, we can use this notion, although in each specific case, it would be desirable to give definitions, at least understanding what you mean when you say that I represent in the model of process of simulation of inflation process in Russia, for example.
Иван Георгиевич, вы закончили свою речь или нет?
Have you finished?
Георгий Борисович, да.
Georgi, yes, I finished. I have to switch now to other works, and so I'd like to say goodbye to colleagues for today and wish you a good evening.
Вступление в работу завтра.
And starting work tomorrow morning. Thank you, Georgi. Goodbye, and then I give the floor to Ivan Dragovsky. Please switch on. Good evening. The professor of our Department of System Analysis in Economics. I was silent, but finally I decided to tell my point of view on definition of system. And I included in my textbook, I think not everyone is familiar, but I was based on the following, that in the science world, it's, let's say, if it's not clearly defined, then it is raised to a philosophical category and make a universal definition of system that it's a philosophical category that reflects organization of matter and spirit. And I think it will be enough for all the people that dealing with system theory and system analysis at this stage. Yes, when we say that we work a lot and there will be more crossing of our understanding, so we'll find a more accurate and constructive definition. But today, this category that describes organization of matter and spirit, its systems over there should be satisfactory, and some specific features or 4 characteristics that should satisfy any formation which is suspect for a system matter that's relation with external matter, wholeness and information. And it would be enough if these 4 conditions satisfied to list the subject matter in the area of systems and use the arsenal of system analysis that we currently have. Thank you for your attention. I finished.
Высказаться, Светлана Евгеньевна.
Anyone wants to contribute?
Привет, коллеги. Я дал задание своим этим самым студентам. Пришел.
I gave the assignment to my students, and then I come back to you. I'm glad to hear you, to see you. And regarding philosophical definitions, but we'll have a round table. I wanted to say why to have a clearer definitions. For 15 years, I teach methodology of scientific studies, and I'm deeply involved in the structure of learning. Of course, lack of universal definition is a natural stage of development of any science. But like in any science, there is a stage when there should be some intersubjective opinion shared by the majority, like in physics, like what is atom or electron. It's gradual development. But a pluralistic approach enables to gradually change this definition, this understanding. And the understanding is, first of all, like Mr. Ivanov said, that we need to separate significant features. If I speak about the table, I say it's a furniture, so I specify significant attributes. So when we do it, then we can say about intersubjective approach. So all these activities, especially those people who wants to create a general system, general theory of systems, they should specify this significant features, attributes. I think the system is the order. If we're speaking about the science of general system theory, should be some idealized notion that astrophysicists have the image of the body in the sky, has certain mass and speed, like without reference animal world, and whether they discuss system approach or not. The same is about existing biological systems, and we can say about, but in the general theory of systems, we should say there should be that there exists the idealized object named system. Its function is transform energy, and then it all develops, and we figure out it's just virtually, theoretically, and otherwise it's not possible to study, to reflect now. Conscious, then we can make sure and check it in practice. But many people accumulated various studies in system approach. We can define whether it's right or not. Otherwise, there is no criteria to test various approaches. That's how it seems to me. Well, may I object to you? A short replica. Well, system thinking, as any thinking, should work with ideal objects. And I'm a physicist myself. I have first education, but I understand very well what system thinking is dealing with. It's not necessarily similar to those objects that we know in physics. Like you always give example about the law of gravity. A system like laws may be different. What I agree is that they have interdisciplinary character. It's important, but we shouldn't mix transdisciplinarity with universality. Like tactology of Bogdanov was first transdisciplinary theory, and it claimed universality, but it doesn't mean that all system theories should be universal. That's what I wanted to say.
Пожалуйста.
May I respond? And I will give the floor to Orson. You are right. When you say that the theory of Bogdanov claimed universality, yes, We're standing on the shoulders of giants, and Bogdanov was not lucky that in 1917 the first volume was issued. It's the same as we speak about system analysis in the 90s and how to do it in Russia. At that time, it wasn't possible to speak about it, but that's not the point. Transdisciplinarity is basically universality. If we say that interdisciplinarity, that means that the laws that are discovered, they should be applied in any discipline. Otherwise, it's not worth create this kind of general system theory, because as Georgy Borisovich said, that there is a point of view that it's not possible to create it. But that's why we are scientists, so that to try to resolve it, and that's we can strive for that. Orson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Svet.
Correctly saying your name?
Yes, very good. Добрый день. I'm sorry, I can't speak Russian yet. I'm going to dare to speak because I first understood this is a roundtable for the speakers of the first day, but I understand it's open discussion. And because I'm actually still a person who is new to the field. That's why I will speak as a someone new, and someone had a problem with grasping this field. I mean, grasping the systems, cybernetics relationship between the different discourses of systems, cybernetics, complexity. I have a background in economics. I studied mechanical engineering, and then later political philosophy and international political economy. I saw systems approaches everywhere, but I didn't know that systems was a field started from 1950s on, and then cybernetics and complexity. So I still have difficulty to systematize this, but I came to see that this is a big problem for these communities themselves. So what is clear to me that this is not a definition problem only. It is at core definition problem, but the relationship between the terms, concepts, schools, communities, it is an organizational problem. And actually, in my research, I am using Gerald Mijli's systemic intervention method to approach this system of systems approaches. Because, like Bogdanov in his first edition of Technology in 1912, he says he really efforted to find the simplest, most general concept to start with, and unless there is a mistake in doing so, it can create a confusion for generations to come on. I think this is happening exactly with different strands in the field, and it seems like the concept of organization, which is recursive, it can be applied, was also a problem. Like, for example, the discussions between the unity of, in the field of science, of philosophy of science, when people were discussing about the organization of science and scientific knowledge, these issues were there also. It's not only about systems, the unity of systems, but it was also about the unity of science itself. So it's a great discussion. I'm learning a lot and getting lots of useful insights. Thanks for the organization. And tomorrow I have a presentation exactly on this, because my research is about exactly this topic. And that's it for now.
Да, спасибо. Коллеги, у нас завтра...
Yes, thank you. And by the way, tomorrow we have parallel 7 sections. It's clear cannot break apart between 7 sections. We have interesting presentation in all, actually all of them, I would say, but we'll also I'll make a recording. We make it now. It's broadcast on YouTube in real time. Then these links will be
на любом из языков, точнее на русском.
Deployed, and you can watch it in any language, either Russian or English. So tomorrow you can work in your section, and then you can watch all others. And when we organize this conference, we would like scientists and practitioners from various countries to be united.
And of course, within the framework of this conference, we would like the scientists and experts from all countries to take joint efforts, exchange experience, and contribute to the development of the national community, to listen to each other. Dear colleagues, do you still have anything else to say, Vladimir? You still have a raised hand. Yes, continuing on your idea regarding the community and listening to each other, I would like to develop a few thoughts that have already sounded here. And when we discussed the concept of systems and systems thinking, it seems as if we're limiting ourselves somewhat, because the system should include all aspects of human life. One of the speakers said that it should include the development of matter and spirit, since a person, a human being, is not only a physical but a spiritual system. And it seems to me that we saw an era of logical thinking, and all the development was focused on the thinking processes. But recently, and Svetlana also mentioned that, more time had begun to be paid to emotions, emotional intelligence, even measurements for the above, or indicators such as GDP of happiness, such as Bhutan's. And today, we have to develop the logic of our hearts. This emotional logic not strictly limited to psychological characteristics such as empathy or love. Instead, measure it not using conventional indicators or pulse or heartbeat like today, but instead develop new vectors for research, which are more in the spiritual, intuitive domains, which may allow us for not only discussing the concept of love, but also unite on the foundations of love. It is not by chance an expression has been coined, a love for science, or in our case, a love for systems analysis. And tomorrow I'm going to discuss the logic of the heart and the systems that allow us to proceed in this direction. And I think all the comments in this area are moving on from matter towards more of a spiritual human development. Thank you.
Так, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, would anyone else like to speak out?
Все, я не вижу больше поднятых рук.
Very well. I do not see any more hands. Any more questions. Svetlana, actually, there is Fabian Topset. Fabian Topset, you have the floor. Please unmute and go ahead.
Вас не слышно пока. Включите микрофон.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Please, we can see you unmuted, but your mic is not working. Please check your mic.
Фабиан, вас не слышно.
Fabian, unfortunately, we cannot see you. We cannot hear you. Yes, we can hear you now.
Right, okay. I think one of the things which has emerged today is the kind of tension between a matter-spirit dualism and the kind of monist approach which sees the two are actually bound up in each other. So for me, what I find interesting about techtology and Bogdanov is that he directly approaches this question. And I think that in some ways it goes back to earlier discussions of some of the Neoplatonists, the pantheists, through people like Robert Flood, through to kind of the other post-Neoplatonist interpretations. So I think systems theory, as soon as you get down to any practical involvement, you have to kind of solidify into one particular approach. But just as you have with the whole complementarity theory of Niels Bohr, that doesn't mean to say that approach is part of the external reality. That is part of how you, as part of that system, are attempting to yield results. Finished.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I also see another raised hand, Margarita. Please go ahead. You have the floor.
Good afternoon. It's good morning here in Ithaca, New York, and I'm very grateful that I can participate in this international conference. I wanted to bring up the topic of metaphors in response to the example of the table to define meaning. I believe that the real, the fundamental problem we're struggling with is how to agree on meaning about the unobservable, like something we can't access through our senses. And an example is the future. Like, we all know the present, but the future is something we need to imagine. And we use metaphors like going on a journey, or thinking of it as railway tracks, dus that the railway tracks decide where we are going, as opposed to ourselves. So I'm interested in learning what you all have to say about metaphors, how this concept of metaphors is being used in your various disciplines and universities. And I think the real challenge here is that it's very popular these days to kind of focus on the machine metaphor, like the computational theory of the mind, humans as telephone systems, like information processing. But the problem with these metaphors is that there is no negotiation, like it is already decided what the program is in the machine. Well, I think the way metaphors work is we need to figure out which metaphors we're using in our communication. Like, I'm using some metaphors, and then I need to check whether you're using a similar one so that we do a proper translation. So I think this question of negotiation is very important in system science, and I'm looking forward to learn about that. And as a footnote, I ought to say this: my background is biology, but also strategic management. This in corporations, that is an issue. Like, how do we make sure we're working on the same goals and with the same ideas? And again, I think we need to talk much more about the role of metaphors and how people think about them. So it's not just the metaphors, but also the theories we have about what metaphors do in our language. And again, I look forward to hearing what you all have to say about this for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Yes, certainly. Sometimes metaphors make it very easy to explain certain concepts, because, as they say, when you express a thought, you express a lie. It leads to deviation of context. And of course, when we use metaphors, idioms, and other expressions of language, the understanding occurs at a deeper level, it does seem to me. Dear colleagues, is there anyone else that would like to speak now? Our time is now coming to an end. We have exhausted our agenda. Oh, I do not see a show of hands. Do we have anyone? Ivan, is it still an old one? Ivan Nikolaevich. Anyone else? No, thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, please allow me, with your permission, to thank you for participating in the first day of our conference, System Analysis in Economics 2020. We think it was very fruitful and many productive, interesting ideas were voiced. We hope to see each other tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The day on the 11th, we're going to discuss the issues of AI development and its combination with natural human intelligence. It's whether it improves or actually or it limits our lives and lifestyles. We're going to discuss that at the Friday's Roundtable event. So, dear colleagues, I hope and welcome you all at the round table on Friday and tomorrow, and thank you for your attention. This is all for today. Goodbye, and thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana.
Спасибо, Джеральд. Я рада вас видеть.
Thank you, Gerald. I'm very happy to see you.